Good morning and welcome to this session where we're going to be looking at regional approaches to financing just transition. My name's Amit Bandel and I'm with Chez, an organization based out of the US. And at Chez, we work with networks of institutional investors, companies, as well as policymakers, the state and national levels. Our approach tends to be that if we are the conveners and are able to bring together these different entities, that's sort of the way forward as we look at clean transition away from our traditional fossil fuel-based economy, and all in terms of meeting the 1.5 degree targets while at the same time doing it in a way that makes business sense and that allows for sort of the integration of sort of societal and community needs. So that's kind of the overall approach that we take. And so here we have with us today a panel that I think will be able to address some of the issues, and we'll try and keep it very conversational. So I'm not going to make it a sort of a question-answer session, so people will jump in anytime, and hopefully at the end of this discussion, we'll have some audience members also participate. So please feel free to have questions ready at the end. And so starting right off, we have Laura Barlow from Barclays, the head of Global Head of Sustainability. And then next up is Chrissy Bruckner, who is the Law and Policy Director of the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurances, or IRMA. Luciano Caratori, who is the Energy and Oil and Gas Transition Lead of the Climate Champions team. And finally, Galina Angarova, who is the Executive Director of Cultural Survival. And so just a quick round of introductions, very short, because later on as we get into the questions, you'll have a chance to talk further about your institutions and about your different activities that you're involved in. So Laura.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and absolute pleasure to be here with you. Barclays is a global universal bank. It's a domestic, commercial and retail bank in the UK, but also a global investment bank. So we have very diverse clients and customers from millions of households in the UK to some of the world's largest institutions and corporations. We were one of the first banks to set a net zero ambition back in 2020 and a binding commitment to align our financing to Paris. And doing that in a way that recognizes the social risks and the opportunities of supporting that transition is absolutely critical to the success of that transition with and through our clients. So it's great to be part of this discussion today.
Chrissy?
Hi, I'm Christy Disney Bruckner, Law and Policy Director for IRMA, the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance. IRMA was formed in 2006 in response to widespread concerns around the social and environmental impacts of the mining sector. We are the only equally governed initiative for the mining sector that has equal representation from the investor and finance sector, affected communities, NGOs, organized labor, mining companies, and purchasing companies who hold us accountable for oversight of the standard and our audit system that is used for site-level audit and transparent reporting of the impacts of site-level mining companies. And that information at the site level is of increasing importance to investors who are seeking to learn more about responsible investment. So I look forward to sharing more with you and learning with you today.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Many thanks for the invitation. My name is Luciano Caratori. I lead the energy cluster with the Climate Champions team. Our team supports the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions to bring non-party stakeholders for the implementation of the Paris Agreement. This was a call from the parties in COP28 to designate one high-level champion per COP presidency to be the liaison with civil society organizations, business, academia, NGOs, and others. We work with UNFCCC and with the Marrakech Partnership to do so. In the case of energy, the Marrakech Partnership is led with IRENA, and we are delivering together a series of initiatives and frameworks at COP28 and towards COP30, precisely on just energy transitions and what the role of the non-party stakeholders can be for delivering that. But I'll go through that in a few minutes.
Excellent. Galina.
Sembena Hundutun Hudut. It's a greeting in my native language. I come from the Abzai clan of the Hirit Nation of the Buryat peoples in a country which is now known as Russia. I'm from Siberia. I wear several hats, one of them being the executive director of cultural survival. Another one, I also advise to the GEF, Global Environmental Facility, as an independent advisor, as part of the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group. And I also co-chair the coalition, which we call Securing Indigenous Peoples' Rights in a Green Economy Search Coalition.
Thank you all. So I think in order to frame our discussions, I'd like to get back a little bit to the fact that we are clearly interested in financing a just transition, and yet we need to understand that just transition could mean different things to different people. Hence the need for a regional approach, if you may. So in our discussions, hopefully we'll try and bring that out in terms of how and why that is important. What are we doing to ensure that we are addressing those region-specific needs? And where are we falling short? I think that would be a good way to frame things. And the way I look at it is that not only is it difficult and we often don't reach full consensus around what issues are around just transition, it's also something that is sector specific. So given that we're talking about energy transition, are we then saying, okay, we're gonna move from our current state of affairs to a cleaner energy world? But then clearly that means that we are gonna be looking at mining issues, extractive industries. If you're gonna keep doing things there in sort of the business as usual way, what are we missing? What are the big opportunities we're missing? What are the harms we are sort of coming into? And then clearly within that there is a subcontext where the voices of local communities, the voices of marginalized populations, indigenous people, those are the first and worst impacted. How are we bringing that into the picture, particularly as it relates to the energy transition and related mining issues? So I'd like to get a sense from all of us as to what the issues are, how we are handling it, and I think we have a good set of perspectives from you all. So feel free to jump in, be critical, but at the same time, let's try and see what we can say, taking away, are there some few takeaways that we should be emphasizing? So in that context, hopefully we'll get some numbers, some examples, etc. But I was going to start with you, Laura. Given that the scope and reach of Barclays, what are your strategic initiatives as it relates to working with your stakeholders, and what specifically are you doing to sort of customize regional approaches when you are operating?
Yeah, thank you. I think the regional approach is absolutely critical. When we think about the just transition as how it impacts workers, communities, consumers, and the wider supply chain. And obviously those do, as you say, differ considerably between sectors and geographies. So we very much are working with and through partners, Ceres in particular in the US, the Grantham Institute in the UK, part of the London School of Economics, and the Financing a Just Transition Alliance, And I would say we're very much, we need to listen and to learn as a financial institution from these stakeholders and understand the impacts and frankly, understand the questions we need to be asking of our clients and of ourselves. And that then can inform our due diligence, our engagement with our clients. But we shouldn't presume to know what the critical impacts or concerns are. We need to do that by listening and learning. So that can take diverse forms. We have had a number of meetings with representatives of indigenous communities, both facilitated by Ceres and by other civil society organizations, and broader community leaders and other thinkers to help inform our perspective and inform our judgment. In the UK, if I take a very sort of more parochial example, you know, we're one of the biggest mortgage lenders in the UK, and the just transition for householders, there is a risk that they become mortgage prisoners. They're unable to remortgage their homes if they are energy efficient, energy inefficient, and that becomes less attractive to lenders over time. So one of the things we're doing is trying to develop products and services that will help our customers make their homes more energy efficient, lower cost to heat or to cool. So we've actually done a pilot of giving a reward to customers, a cashback program, not because we think that is going to be the solution, but it's an enabler for us to learn what are the barriers to households. Is it cost? Is it technology risk? Is it disruption concern? And then we've commissioned external research to understand the take-up, what people find helpful about that, and we've been sharing that research with policymakers in the UK government to try to form a coalition of insight, if you like, to then say, what is the policy response needed, what is the banking product and service response needed to help those customers through this transition. So that's a sort of live example in our business.
No, thanks for that perspective. I mean, I hear you say that you're treating this as something where these issues are material to your business, so it's not something that you're doing as a do-good kind of a...
Absolutely. You know, we're very committed to supporting our clients to transition. We can only transition with and through our clients. And you know, there is a real risk that if the transition is not just, that those transition plans clients are developing cannot be executed. So it's a risk to clients and therefore a risk to us achieving our objectives and our alignment commitments as well.
Great, good segue. I was going to ask Galina to elaborate on that a little bit, because clearly what you're saying is, from Barclays' perspective, you recognize that you need to work together, hence the need to work with communities, bring in their voices, and work with policymakers to ensure that the appropriate policies are lined up. Galina, to you, the saying often is that the road to just transition runs through indigenous lands. The fact that, globally, 5% of the global population, the indigenous populations, are the stakeholders that are looking after the biodiversity of the 80% of the biodiversity of the planet. That being said, clearly there's a need for the voices of the indigenous people to be heard, included, from the get-go. So in your experience and from your perspective, how successful are we? Are there examples that are worth scaling up, or are there things that are absolutely not being done that you think should be done? So I'm giving you a rather broad, not a question that can be answered right away, but to the extent that you can highlight some of the key issues as part of that dialogue that Laura just mentioned.
Well, thank you for the question. There's just a lot of threads that I will try to pull one by one. First and foremost, I would like to say that transition is inevitable, right? Justice is not. So we have to make justice a central part of this transition. Otherwise, we'll be doing business as usual. You mentioned that indigenous peoples, according to the latest statistics of the ILO, International Labor Organization, 6.2% of the global population, about 467 million people around the world. And indigenous peoples manage almost a quarter of the land's terrestrial surface. And these lands and territories are home to 80% of the remaining biodiversity. And why is that? What's the answer? The magic ingredient is the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples. That's millennial experiential knowledge that is embedded in our psyche, is embedded in our languages. And if I tell you, because we live in a world where we're so removed from our land, right? We don't, like the general population doesn't have that knowledge anymore. But when I go to my land, when I go to my ancestral land, I don't have to speak, I just feel it right away. I know what it needs. And that's what every indigenous person knows, what their land needs. It needs protection. It needs love. It needs communication. That's the magic ingredient. Another set of statistics. According to the recent data, more than 54% of all transition minerals, such as cobalt, copper, nickel, cobalt, and 30 some other minerals, plus rare earth minerals, are found on the lands of indigenous peoples globally. This is why we keep encountering cases such as in the lithium of Triangle Lithium, Bolivia, Argentina, Chile, in the United States, on the border of Nevada and California, Indonesia, nickel in Russia, Philippines, these other lands of indigenous peoples. The numbers are higher in Africa, up to 75%, up to 90% for some certain minerals in the United States, within a either on or within a very close proximity to indigenous peoples' lands. When you also say about stakeholders, indigenous peoples are not stakeholders, we're rights holders, right? So we have to be able to exercise our right. That means consulting and obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent every step of the way before the project starts, during the implementation phases, and the post-implementation phases, during the remediation phases. That FPIC is not just a word, it's not just a check mark. It needs to be obtained, it has to be respected and upheld as our right, inherent right of indigenous peoples as prescribed in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So maybe this is just a kind of a beginning, but I know we have a lot more threads that I can pull.
No, thank you for starting that thread, because I think later on I'd like to come back to some of what you were mentioning and hopefully get some more specific examples of what we should and could be doing that we're not doing. But with that in mind, I want to go to you, Christy. Given your organization's focus, the reason you've been, you established the organization, what do you see from what Galina just said that you're picking up and essentially mainstreaming? Because, Galina mentioned that in a way the indigenous people are not stakeholders, So the question then is, do we agree, and why are they not, and how are we planning to make them mainstream stakeholders? Any thoughts? Hopefully, again, within the context of mining, but any other related issues, if you could address those, would be good.
Of course. Working on these issues around international development, mining, and the impact of mining on environmental and social issues for over 2 decades now, we are really at a pinnacle moment globally, a moment of unprecedented political will to take actions to address the impacts at the site level of the mining sector. And a lot of this is building on many, many generations of activism from indigenous communities, from the NGO sector, from affected communities, from organized labor, But investors and the finance sector are playing such an important role. And building sets of standards, incorporating sets of international standards into decision-making processes, oversight, due diligence, reporting on financial matters. So this relates back to standards like the IFC performance standards that are incorporated in the Equator Principles. And it's time to update those performance standards, but also with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, ILO 169. But we really need to see these overarching international frameworks be incorporated into national level frameworks, be incorporated at a local level. So the way that IRMA works as a voluntary standard is not to replace rule of law, but to really serve as a complementary tool for stakeholders to sunlight based on a independent third-party audit. What are impacts at the local level? What are impacts on local rights holders, local stakeholders, local workers? Because they differ around the world, and investors really want that site level information. It's not enough to have information for a company as a whole, but local stakeholders also need that information. They know anecdotally what the impacts are, but to have a report that can back them up can be very powerful. So those are ways that IRMA is really working to complement the role of law, but not to replace it. But there's a lot of work to be done to improve international frameworks and make sure they are adopted with input of local stakeholders at a national and subnational level. And the last point I'll make on that question is there are a lot of requirements to engage with local affected communities and rights holders. What becomes very powerful is what Galina just said, respecting the right to free, prior, and informed consent. Consent goes beyond simply asking, simply engaging, but having that consent before moving forward is really imperative. And we're not seeing enough of that around the world. And it's essential to the future we're trying to create here at COP28.
Great. So I'll sort of jump to you, Luciano, which is with the same question, but with your specific focus on the oil and gas and your sectors that you're working in. How are you seeing what Christy just mentioned, that you have a need at the global, international level to sort of coordinate and harmonize, and yet there is a definite need for distinct regional approaches. So how are you incorporating that into, or how are you seeing this incorporated into decision-making in the sectors you're working in? And then a sort of a second sub-question, what are some of the specific regional issues here in this part of the globe that we're sitting in, given that oil and gas is such an important part of the economies here?
Well, thank you. We focus pretty much on that during this year. This is a priority for both high-level champions. So we worked a lot with UNFCCC and with the local government, the domestic governments, the organizers of each regional climate week during this year, to make sure that we would be able to collect, through dialogues in each of those climate weeks, some inputs that could be fed into the global stocktake, which is one of the biggest outputs of this year for all of us here. And we had these regional climate weeks dialogues. The main dialogues for each regional climate week were in fact a dialogue on just energy transitions, and particularly on the role of non-party stakeholders in that just energy transitions, one per region. And we brought their business, we brought NGOs, we brought academia, and also youth. Youth is also a really important component in terms of the intergenerational justice of the transition. Because we might be accelerating something or delaying something or producing or making some decisions which can affect, of course, the ability of those generations also to satisfy their own development. And this was interesting because it was quite heterogeneous. We have been working on this for years now, and some of those outputs were surprising. But let's start with commonalities. For example, what we got there is a big message that we need to amplify, that is that developing countries don't need more debt. They need more projects. And for making those projects happen, we need good projects first, which can be financed. We need financial institutions with policy that can support that development. And we need also pre-investment. We need to help those projects led by the communities to actually happen. So that's the first component. The second one is that, and this was an important learning for us, we are usually focused or biased toward thinking the energy transitions in terms of who are already part of the energy system. We are already part of the energy system, most of us. Being in the oil and gas or coal sector, in the power generation sectors, as users, as whatever, or in mining particularly, in this context that we need those activities to be scaled up to actually comply with what we need to do to make that transition happen. But we have a lot of people who are not part of the energy system. Mm-hmm. The Sharm action plan last year was really synthetic and really good in summarizing what a just energy transition globally could look like. That's minimizing the potential negative impacts of the transition and maximizing the potential positive impacts of the transition. And we have a big number of people who are not part of the system, and they need to be taken into account as part of the justice of the transition. We are looking towards ourselves, who are already part of the system, and not to them. So that's the second one. And the third one is also important for today, which is also a day focus on multi-level governance, that local communities are sometimes the first to experience the worst of the transition, you mentioned it, and the last to experience the benefits of the transition. And we learn a lot about how we can work with country packages to make that impact better into those communities, but I think that we can go through that later. When it comes particularly to MENA, the outputs of these dialogues were interested in three terms. First, there was a pretty big emphasis on the role that carbon markets can have for that, taking into account those additional flows that can contribute to supply some of the community's needs, beyond GCC, of course. Second, a big aspect of the transition of livelihoods of the communities, which is often not taken into account in the conversation, meaning we are focused on workforce, we are focused on access, which is also an old SDG 7 narrative, which is really at the heart of the justice, but not about the livelihoods, meaning we need also to think about the governance of the natural resources, and that's great to have both colleagues here to discuss that. Also the fiscal impact of those transitions. The fiscal impacts of those transitions is at the heart of the communities living out of what we are facing away from. The trade balance issues and others. So I'll focus on that for this discussion. how to make this happen through mitigation outcomes and carbon markets, and how to mainstream the issues related to livelihoods of communities, both at local and domestic level, into the justice of the transition. And one more thing, the last one, sorry. We are seeing an increasingly frequent narrative of equating just transitions to slow transitions. And that's not at the heart of the concept.
Okay.
We need to make this happen in a just way, but we do need to make this happen as fast as possible.
Great. So I think I picked up a couple of things that I wanted, possibly Galina, you, and Christy, and then I'll come back to you, Laura, to get your perspective on how you're using some of this information. But the idea that we have a vast number of individuals, communities, and groups that are excluded from the discussions, and I think this picked up on what Galina was saying earlier, that when people talk about stakeholders, the indigenous communities are often not the stakeholders. Second, the fact that these decisions around just transition often get very murky because the definitions are not clear. They're region-specific issues. You mentioned the fact that if you're looking at communities that are facing a dying out of certain industries vis-a-vis others that are seeing new industries come up. The just transition issues are very different. They're not just about workers losing their jobs and needing retraining or even help with retirement, but the whole community can be impacted because the tax base is lost, so you don't have hospitals and schools and the libraries, those things end up dying. So the whole community can suffer. At the same time, those that are facing new industries coming up, you have the problem of what do you do with housing? What do you do with schooling? What do you do with retraining? Often the new jobs are in a contract framework, the solar and wind, for example, and you have people that are losing jobs that are unionized, well-paying. So there are those transition issues. Then you add in, and this is where I want Galina, you to step in, there are all of these issues that are even beyond these traditional ways of thinking that impact indigenous communities in a very, for the most part, negative way. So question then, as you hear this, what are you seeing that's a set of hopeful movements or positive movements? What are you seeing that you see as movements that, while good in theory, need to happen more in practice? And Christy, I'll come to you on the same set of issues to get you two different perspectives, if you may.
What's hopeful? I tend to see the glass half full, no matter what, right? Because I kind of purposefully exercise my hope muscle, every day. I can't stay by hopeful, otherwise this work doesn't mean anything. There is some hope. I think that indigenous peoples as we're exercising to our right to self-determination, we're opening more and more doors. Our issues are becoming streamlined in media. We see multiple articles weekly on Manga Bay, in Guardian, Washington Post dedicated to indigenous people's rights. So we're hopeful. But we also have to understand that hope has to be supported by real work, real work with communities. We also want to be present in the boardrooms to make those decisions. That's how I think that the change will come. We want to exercise our right to self-determination, to say yes or no. That's what AFPIC is about. It's not a hypothetical thing. AFPIC means free, prior, and informed consent. It's both a procedural right and a substantive right. The substance of it is the consent, or withholding consent. The procedural aspect of the right is the free of coercion, manipulation, prior, way before the project starts, and informed, full disclosure. Technical disclosure, disclosure on social and environmental impacts, and cultural impacts on the people where you're coming. So that's why we're hopeful that we can have the ability to operationalize. I'm going to share an example. I think what was hopeful. In 2000, following a large spill in the Russian Arctic by Nornickel, the largest producer of nickel, which decimated the waterways and the land of indigenous peoples. You can't imagine the degree of decimation. We were able to secure a direct channel of a very well-known company that produces electric vehicles. After 5 months of conversations, because we heard somebody was looking for direct supply chains, we came out with an indigenous people's policy as part of the supplier code of conduct. That was very hopeful. We also learned that company didn't have any direct relationship, but that also made us hopeful to go after other institutions, not after, but go and meet with those people at different companies and banks. And now we've had direct communications with over a dozen car companies where we could sit face to face over Zoom and talk about indigenous people's policies and the right to free, prior, and informed consent, and some of the cases that happened, the violations of indigenous people's rights in their supply chains. That hadn't happened before. Because as indigenous peoples, we were always sidelined. We're like those poor victims, poor beneficiaries who need help. No. We have crossed that landscape. We're no longer victims. We're the rights holders. We're not only the stakeholders, we're the rights holders. And we have a huge role in this world because indigenous peoples manage 80% of the biological diversity. And that's the answer if we want to survive as human species on the planet.
Yeah, and a good point that you make, that I think often traditional thinking is that we go, and when we discuss with representatives of the indigenous people, the traditional way of thinking is that we're taking stuff to them without recognizing, no, that there's a lot that we can get. So there has to be that ability to share across that divide, if you may. And so this is a great example where you're able to talk to one company, get some action, and that then became the model for discussions with others. So with the same thought process, what are your thoughts, Christy, in terms of how this dialogue can happen? What are some of the regional nuances? Would be good to focus in on that, because we're talking about regional approaches. Clearly, we've said that there are some global, international, unifying kinds of norms, standards, definitions, but yet we have to be recognizing that when it comes to implementation, there are vast differences across regions. Luciano talked about the MENA region and some of the issues here. Maybe you can expand that on a little bit and see what you are seeing from your perspective.
I, as an attorney, am especially interested to see where regional frameworks and regional partnerships are starting to emerge to look at issues around transition minerals. And one of those platforms, for example, is the Mineral Security Partnership. There are many others that are being formed by governments who are developing platforms, making statements about their commitment to protect environmental and social values. But the next step is to actually implement those overarching statements, principles, visions, and be open to being informed and being transformed by the experience and objectives of local stakeholders and rights holders. And this is a theme in my comments today because it's not enough, again, just to engage, to ask questions, but there has to be an opportunity for that dialogue to inform law and policy, to inform what the objectives of an initiative will be. Climate change and addressing our climate crisis is the pathway towards what UN bodies have talked about as sustainable development for many generations. That is a very loaded term now, sustainable development, because for many communities, it looks just like development and it's being called sustainable. So our call to action is really to ensure that sustainable isn't being used to greenwash, that we're really looking at those pillars of social, environmental, economic, cultural, good governance to ensure a future that will be viable for generations to come. I think most policymakers think in 4-year increments, but it's strategic as a policymaker to learn from what Indigenous communities have always done, planning for many generations to come, incorporating that type of planning into business strategy. In the mining sector, that means planning for a future that's circular, and that's a transition, a transformation of how we approach the mining and metals sector. So those issues to start planning now for more recycling, more incorporation of scrap material, recycled material that is responsibly produced, looking for ways that we reuse the material that's already been mined are essential to our future. And addressing, this whole range of issues that come up in the IRMA standard for responsible mining, that we can't only look at greenhouse gas emissions without protecting Indigenous rights, without looking at the importance of protecting biodiversity, water, reducing corruption, the whole range of issues. I think that holistic lens is one that we can and must address when we look at action on climate and the energy transition.
Great. I was going to actually come to Laura with a question that follows up on that, but I know, Luciana, you wanted to jump in.
No, please go ahead.
No,
Okay, let's keep the
because it seems like,
going.
because it seems like you had some points
Yes,
that are
for that.
related. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go for it. Let's go for it.
Okay, thank you. Just one point.
Audience, please, in a few, feel free to come up with some questions and comments. I want to definitely get to that in just a few minutes. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Luciana.
Just one point of this, because we are having some discussions related to the term of regional approaches and regionalization, how
Yes.
it's also introduced in some fora. And I happen to have a global role, but I'm from Argentina. So we're used to having discussions in certain spaces. And I want to highlight something when it comes to regional approaches and also to inclusive approaches and others. We're used to having Latin Americans speak of Latin America, Asians to speak about Asia, MENA or Africa to speak about their respective regions. We're used to bringing youth to speak about youth, or indigenous peoples to speak about indigenous peoples. We are having a top-down approach for this. We have a general framework, and then we try to get as capillary as possible, finding the regional approaches for that. We need to do it also the other way around. We don't need to have young people speaking only about youth, because in sectors such as the energy sector, which are heavily pathway dependent, the decisions we make today, are the ones that are they are bound to.
Good point.
We need to bring regional approaches, indigenous peoples approaches, women approaches, young approaches to the top of the decision-making and the design of the frameworks, and not as a specific implementation issue for one or the other. So I think that we have the opportunity to find ways to do that for some of these frameworks we're discussing, and also for corporate approaches toward the transition, to make that happen in a way that can not only help to make it fit for purpose for these communities or groups, but also to make it better, making use of the learnings that we can have, for example, as which were discussed a few minutes ago.
Great, and that's a good segue, Laura, to the question I was going to ask you, which is, here you're listening to all the different perspectives, and clearly, with your hat on as sort of the global leader, what are you hearing about, for example, what Luciano was just talking about, which is bringing up the voices and the active participation of the different groups instead of siloing them. The specific issues that Galina was talking about, which is indigenous communities, all the statistics that were mentioned, how do we bring that in? And clearly, we're not asking for the business community or banks to abandon their profit motive, but we need to talk about the profit motive in a way that is more sustainable, provides long-term value, and that clearly is how you start defining just transition. So, question to you: how are you thinking about it? Are there things that you're hearing here that resonate with you? Things that may not, because you have certain responsibilities to your shareholders. Any discussion around?
It very much does resonate, and I mean, Barclays is a 330-year-old institution, which was formed, I think, by Quakers to serve the communities. So it's kind of deep in the values of the bank, and institutions can only endure that long if they fulfill those responsibilities. So I think it's incredibly important to us, and the insights we get from discussions like these, from the events that you've convened and supported us with, really help to inform how we make decisions. So we've developed what we call a client transition framework, which is our way of evaluating clients' transition plans, starting in the high-emitting sectors in energy, power, steel, cement, auto manufacturing. And many of those, take autos, for example, at the end of a value chain, what this reminds us is we have to look right back to the start of the value chain where the greatest impacts might occur. So we, as part of that assessment process, we're really looking at the ambition of clients' plans and also the achievability. So it's a mix of quantitative and qualitative assessment. And we incorporate in our assessment what is the company's position on just transition. At the moment, it's qualitative. It doesn't feed into a score and a ranking, but we're trying to gather the information to understand, are our clients paying attention to this? What sort of information, what kind of engagement are they undertaking? And then for the highest impact sectors, in our due diligence, in our regular due diligence process, we go much more deeply, and particularly in certain sectors with much greater impact, for example, on indigenous communities, we ask many more questions about whether they apply free, prior, and informed consent. And, learning from Galina today, I think we need to ask even more about, well, how do you do that? It's not just you say you do it, but actually what does that mean in practice? And how is that implemented and executed? So it does inform our decision-making. It probably presents a reputational risk, first and foremost, but it absolutely does inform our decision-making. And there are clients and transactions that we have decided not to pursue because we can't satisfy ourselves that we understand that full value chain and the risk that might present. I think looking on the more positive side, and like I try to keep the glass half full and be optimistic, I think there's also a really important role we can play, both in convening and learning, but sharing knowledge as well, but also in providing capital to support some of what needs to be done. So we have seen some regional authorities raise, we've got a long history of raising financing for municipalities and regions, We've seen some social transition bonds start to be raised with money earmarked to supporting the communities that are impacted by transition. That might be with reskilling, and there's a huge shortage of green skills to support the transition. It might be in supporting entrepreneurs and startup programs. We've partnered for a long time with Unreasonable, one of the major accelerators that's launched over 300 ventures, created over 24,000 jobs. But really importantly, those ventures are seeking to develop impact positive solutions that are positive for communities around the world. So I think there is a lot we can do on the positive side, but we also have to pay attention to the risks. And our ability to ask the right questions is informed by learning from the people who are closest to the issues at hand and the risks.
Excellent. I will pause there and see if there are any questions from the audience. Let's go.
Hola, muchas gracias. Me van a interpretar por si acaso. Yo soy de la comunidad Coya de Chile y quería saber a Irma que en Chile se auditaron 2 proyectos de extracción de litio, de los cuales
I can understand most, but go ahead. Yeah.
Puedes empezar otra
Ya.
vez lento, por favor.
ya, en Chile se auditaron 2 proyectos por Irma, SQM y Albemarle,
In Chile, there were 2 companies audited, SQM and Albemarle,
obteniendo un 60 y 91% de certificación en auditorías de FPIC.
and they obtained both a 60% and a 91% as it relates to free, prior, and informed consent on the audit.
Pero esto no fue aplicado en Chile, entonces me gustaría saber
But this wasn't actually done in Chile, so I would like to know
cómo es que ustedes entienden el FPIC y cómo ustedes pretenden que su proceso de auditoría
what's your understanding about free, prior, and informed consent, and how are you thinking about
su proceso de auditoría no sirva como greenwashing para las empresas.
and how are you proposing that your audit it's not used as greenwashing?
So how does something that is global, those audit scores, translate into regional, where in fact in Chile, those audit scores didn't mean anything? So I guess some thoughts on how we can bridge that.
Thank you for your question. In Chile, both of those audit reports were conducted by an independent third party. And the way that IRMA functions is that we form an international standard, an audit system, and then an independent third party. And there are 2 that conduct IRMA audits right now. We're expanding that, do the actual audit on the ground. I think it's fascinating in Chile that there are 2 companies that are close to each other that underwent an audit to be able to look at the different audit results and look specifically at the chapter on free, prior, and informed consent and scoring. And it is possible that, and it sounds like also that you don't agree with the outcome of that score. So what we have in place, if that is true, is an opportunity to challenge the outcomes of an audit. This is imperative that our system have this in place so that if any local community does not agree with the outcome, if for some reason they were not engaged in informing the audit report, that they can file a grievance and ask for that to be addressed. So that is what I would like to offer to you and anyone, any stakeholder, any rights holder who does not agree with the outcome of an audit or with any aspect of IRMA as a system, to file a complaint and make sure that that is timely and transparently addressed. So I'm happy to stay and talk with you about how to go through that process or support anyone else who would like to file a complaint. Our system is constantly improving and evolving based on these types of this type of feedback that we receive that is so important for the standard and system and how it plays out.
Okay, so that's sort of one way to address it. I wonder if, Laura, you could address this very briefly and say, how does this factor into your business, regional business strategy?
So I can't speak to the specifics of that circumstance or the audit, but these things often come to our attention through the civil society organizations, through NGO reports, and we have various sort of alerts and trackers, and they're very important to us. They're very important. They can be, red flags, and often what they will do is trigger client engagement. So we will then engage with the client who, may have a different perspective, may have a different view on the audit, but it's a trigger for that engagement, that discussion, that seeking some sort of evidential base to help us understand the issue. So we sometimes we identify it ourselves. We receive alerts. Sometimes it's brought to our attention by somebody like yourself or by a third party, and then we do follow that through to understand the implications and see whether we can get comfortable with the different positions and narratives, and if not, we may have to make further decisions around whether it's a situation we feel comfortable to remain engaged in.
Excellent. So we have some different viewpoints. One more question, please.
Hello, I'm from Worldwide Fund for Nature. So I'm working on green finance, so I'm interested in financial mechanisms. So I'm wondering how to ensure what kind of financial mechanisms we need so that this transition is just but not slow. So I did a research on African countries. So I look at the experts of some African countries in Congo Basin and also in Kaza Zambezi region. So the bulk of those countries, so the experts from actually years now and few years back, many years back, every year it's like tons of money, billions coming from that sector. And of course it will be increasing. So it feels to me that kind of by doing sustainability-linked loans, kind of smaller green financial solutions will not be able to bring that just transition. So I'm wondering, on the practical perspective, how we're going to overcome that. So what kind of financial mechanisms we need, and yeah, what kind of platforms as well we need, right? So it doesn't feel like one bank can solve that issue like working alone.
Quick response from any one of you, and then we'll have to carry on further discussion.
Yeah, that's an enormous question, and there's no brief response. I think there's a whole array of mechanisms. I think the work of the Bridgetown Initiative, the looking at the financial system and the way you apply blended finance much more impactfully, or enlarge its impact, I should say, through greater leverage. I think one of the key mechanisms to crowd in much more private finance using the mechanisms of public finance that are available. So I'm sorry, that's a really brief answer to a really big and incredibly important topic. I'm actually going to speak shortly on one just focusing on financing nature-based solutions and how do we crowd in finance to that. So it's a sort of microcosm of the bigger question you've asked. But I think it is this very important, particularly for areas where the actual or perceived risk, whether it's technology risk compounded with FX risk, compounded with potentially governance risk or political risk, makes some of those solutions prohibitively expensive. The premium that countries are having to pay makes the installation of the green energy that's required very, very difficult to achieve. I was very struck listening to a speaker at another discussion a few days ago saying if you take the identical wind turbine that you could put into the soil in a European country and you put that into the soil in Africa, it costs 30% more. Mm-hmm. Before even all the financing and FX costs, there is that is a huge inhibitor to being able to deploy capital at scale for private capital. So we need to understand why that's occurring, what part of that risk can be de-risked, and therefore that you can afford to roll out that capital more quickly. But I'm sorry, that's a very inadequate answer to a big question.
Yeah, exactly. This is a whole bunch of different topics that are related. Very quickly, Galina, very quick.
I think that my main message before we go is that really no major bank has yet upheld the rights of indigenous peoples to the minimum standard of the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And this is the way for financial institutions to de-risk their investment. There have been, you know, the case with Dabble, when the initial cost of the project was $3 billion, and in the end, they end up paying $12 billion. So let's
So on that
uphold.
note, the fact is there's clearly a cost that's incurred, and we're not talking about just a few percentage points, but a major incremental cost. So hopefully this is the kind of dialogue that generates sort of our paths forward. And again, thank you all for being here. Thanks to Barclays for co-hosting and to ICC for the space. And for all of you in the audience, again, thanks a lot, and you can contact us for further discussions down the line. Again, big round of applause.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay, but now we can get started and welcome everybody here in the room and online. I'm very pleased and honored to welcome you to our event on climate neutrality of the Hamburg economy. Better said, how the Hamburg economy and the OECD see and assess the way to climate neutrality and to speed up on this way. I'm delighted especially to welcome Lamia Kamal-Shaoui from the OECD. Her team has investigated the Hamburg environment. Their insights are condensed in the study Climate Neutrality of the Hamburg Economy by 2040. Dear Lamia, our deepest thanks go to our joint work. The nature of our collaboration, the content and the extent of the study go far beyond our initial expectations. The Hamburg Chamber of Commerce and the OECD working together is, in our mind, an excellent example of the principle, think global, but act local. And that's how we work together on that project. I'm also very delighted to welcome the participants of our panel. First of all, it's Mr. Hassan Al-Hashemi, Vice President for International Affairs of the Dubai Chamber of Commerce, and let me say so, a close friend of our chamber in Hamburg, and we are collaborating closely in innovation regards for a long time, and almost very, very intense for the aspects of sustainability. I also welcome Dr. Helge Sachs from Sasol, Germany, from Hamburg, a company very much engaged in the energy transition. Thank you so much for your time and effort that you bring to our discussion. Last but not least, our thanks go to the ICC, and thanks also to Andrew Wilson, who's moderating our panel, and Oliver Wieck from the ICC Germany, that you made this possible, and for your hospitality here that you provide for our event. Let me briefly dive into the study. At the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce, we have 170,000 corporate members, employing more than 800,000 people in a city with a population just under 2 million people. Obviously, our members have an impact that goes far beyond the economic sector. Let's start with the question, why Hamburg? What makes the city so special when it comes to economy and the impact on climate action? What we have learned from the OECD is urban spaces are crucial for climate action and surely for the economy. Hamburg is the second largest city in the third largest economy in the world, is home to Europe's third largest port, has the busiest train station in Europe, is the largest metropolitan region in Northern Europe, is the center of German wind energy, is the world's third largest location for civil aviation, has the highest concentration of value creation in the base materials industry, such as copper, steel, and aluminium, has unique import structure, storage options for hydrogen in our port, and according to a survey, people in Hamburg are the happiest in Germany. That's the status quo, but what about the future? The question on the slide was the starting point for our initiative. How do we want to live in the future, and what will we live on? To this end, we, the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce, have set up the Hamburg 2040 initiative. And one of our major aspects and projects and columns of this Hamburg 2040 initiative is the aspect of climate neutrality by 2040. To find valid solutions, we asked the OECD. This cooperation has become a milestone for our chamber and the city's economy. The study's insights are extremely valuable. It will prove very helpful by giving direction to our member firms and our policy stakeholders to make Hamburg's economy climate neutral. Our firm belief is we cannot afford to wait. We must shape the future now. That's the only way to safeguard our city's prosperity. So what we will aim at is to create connections backed by the results we received from OECD. And this is the reason why I'm here with you today, dear colleagues. We are certain that by working together, we will create momentum that is crucial to reach out for our goal, net zero, within Hamburg, but also across countries and continents. We see ecological sustainability as a competitive advantage with a close integration of productivity, responsibility, and sustainability. We support cooperation and competition, resulting in the concept of co-opetition. Co-opetition for us means that companies, industries, and cities simultaneously pursue cooperative and competitive goals. For Hamburg, as a climate-neutral center of manufacturing, trade, commerce, and innovation in 2040. OECD made clear businesses should not rely on international offsets to reach climate neutrality. Our conclusion is, to have an impact, companies really need to act locally. To the future viability of our cities depends crucially on how we take sustainable measures and think them with our value chain. Sustainable businesses today does not mean to operate at the expense of others and not at the expense of our planet. Climate neutrality and international competitiveness can go hand in hand, what makes the OECD study clear. More precisely, both rely on each other. We take the triad of people, planet, profit as the guiding principle. Sustainable business is not only possible, it's necessary to ensure our prosperity in Hamburg and beyond. So what is our role as Chamber of Commerce? For the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce, this project marks a milestone to our institutional network. The insights of the study are extremely valuable for us. It contains decision and investment advice for the corporate level, taking into account specific circumstances in Hamburg, and always with specific regard to our international competitiveness and in comparison to other similar cities in our network. What we as Hamburg Chamber of Commerce are going to intensify is dialogue, impulses for our business community. We accompany and enable knowledge transfer among our members, SMEs, startups, as well as bigger corporations. Let's take a look into the future. What will have changed in Hamburg by 2040? Our city will have first-rate technologies, production processes, and high added value. Hamburg influences decarbonization in other regions by trading partners. Hamburg attracts innovative and advanced companies with specific regard to sustainable technologies. Hamburg is an initiator and reliable partner for an effective climate policy. Our city offers exceptional working conditions and opportunities with all the experts from all over the world dealing in the field of the sustainable economy. And Hamburg then functions as a role model for the climate transformation by other major cities. We will start our campaign in January 2040 to create a climate-neutral Hamburg. And we will then encourage our members and advise them on how to achieve their own climate neutrality. The Hamburg Chamber itself already reduced its climate emissions by 30% in the last 2 years because we made this way. Stay tuned and stay with us on this important, decisive matter. We need your collaboration and insight on the way to net zero in 2040 already. And please let me, as we will roll out this study in January on the 26th on the occasion of the Chamber's anniversary together with the Ursula von der Leyen from the EU Commission presidency, just to give the political power we need to roll out this important study. Hamburg and its business sector aims to spearhead this ambitious goal, and thank you very much for your attention. I look now forward to Lambia's report and to our discussion in the panel. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone here and virtually online, and especially to all the happy people from Hamburg. I'm very delighted to be with you, Dr. Hein, and your colleagues from the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce. Your presence here at COP is a very important statement of your commitment to climate neutrality. This is a commitment that is increasingly shared across the business community. Actually, I heard that 2,100 chambers of commerce from around the world have now made commitments to align with the goals of the Paris Agreement. This reflects the fact that businesses of all sizes are working very hard to meet net zero ambitions. And last year, more than half of European firms were investing in climate action, up more than 10 percentage points from 2021. So this is really increasing, and this includes especially small and medium-sized enterprises, the SMEs, 82% of whom recognize that the green transition is a high priority according to our latest survey on greening SMEs. And businesses are bringing forward, of course, the new technologies that will make the transition possible. Energy solutions, which have actually supported a 40% rise in investment in clean energy since 2020, but also electric vehicles, which now make up 1 in 5 of all car purchases in the EU, and digital solutions, which are helping to cut waste and emissions across all sectors. But yet hard decisions lie ahead as we look to decarbonize our economies and limit global warming to 1.5%. Many of those hard decisions will fall to subnational rather than national governments, because cities and regions oversee, on average, 2/3 of public spending and investment for climate. Actually, we do have the data that say that they're responsible for more than 70% of climate-related spending. They have a huge role to play in delivering the $7 trillion a year of infrastructure investment that will be needed until 2030 to meet climate, global, and development objective. Some national governments also have the powers in key areas to drive down emissions, powers over planning, housing, transport, waste, water, and energy, and they are determined to do so. Many leading city governments have already made ambitious climate, 10,000 across 140 countries, in fact, and in 23 out of 38 OECD countries, some national governments have set more ambitious climate targets than their national governments. So some national governments in cities and regions, they are important actors, but obviously they have to work and they need to work, they can work, they need to do it, and they need to do more together where their business community represented, for instance, by the chambers of commerce. This is really a powerful force, and we are sending this very strong message to some national government. Chambers of commerce indeed can play a vital role in developing that partnership by facilitating dialogue, of course, between companies and local governments, and developing their own programs to support companies in their climate efforts, especially local small businesses, which sometimes are thriving. They don't have the knowledge and the expertise, so you can do a lot to help them. The Hamburg Chamber of Commerce is already taking very interesting actions on this front. We have identified 2 interesting instruments: the Environmental Company Information System. I was trying to read the German acronym, but it was just impossible. So I understand it's UMFIS, and also the IHK Recycling Exchange. These 2 initiatives, actually, we are trying to get a better understanding so that we can also disseminate them as both very good best practices, and both initiatives connect companies that want to decarbonize with the support they need to do so. So this report that is still ongoing and that is going to be launched very soon aims to strengthen the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce efforts to reach their goal of net zero emission by 2040, as you just mentioned, Dr. Hain, and disseminate what the city, also the city government, is doing to inspire others. We did some work. We did the Metropolitan Review some years ago, and we have seen that the Hamburg city recently has shown really strong progress. Since 1990, Hamburg has reduced CO2 emission by 18%, and nearly half of the companies in Hamburg that we survey through this work together have already set a net zero target. Among those, 3/4 have set it for 2040, in line with the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce goal. So you have an impact. But of course, we are the OECD, so we always say that more needs to be done. And let me provide you a couple of flavor of what we have been highlighting in our report, which of course are relevant for many other regions from around the world. First, there is a role to boost awareness of the opportunities and options associated with the net zero transition. Nearly a fifth of Hamburg's companies still not do see the benefit, this is coming from the survey, and a tenth feel it will damage their competitiveness. Chamber of Commerce can help convince them by raising awareness about the business benefits of net zero investment and the solutions and support on offer. Second, firms need to be encouraged to look closely at their supply chains. We found that among the companies with a net zero target, fewer than half, included the indirect emissions happening through their value chains, the Scope 3 emissions, in their targets. Since Hamburg is a highly connected economy, the net zero targets of Hamburg companies need to be aligned with those of trading partners. And here again, Chamber of Commerce can help firms to improve their measurement of their broader carbon footprint and encourage them to tackle it by shortening supply chains and sourcing more responsible suppliers. Third, there needs to be targeted outreach to small and medium-sized enterprises. Across Europe, SMEs account for around 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. This is the latest data that we have released. I know that the International Trend Center is talking about 50% for the world. But yet, all small business continue to lag behind on environmental actions compared to large companies. Chamber of Commerce can engage them and activate business networks to help SMEs so that they can learn about green technology practices and funding sources from other companies. And here I just want to mention that we have a dedicated program on greening SMEs, and we have launched the No Net Zero Without SMEs. We want you to join us. We will be happy if you can join this campaign. Fourth, and finally, Hamburg's company must be positioned to take advantage of new green infrastructure. And of course, one example is the Hamburg port. The port has already taken a leading role in reaching climate neutrality. It is electrifying the energy delivered to port terminal operations and ships. Further investment must follow to decarbonize freight transport by addressing railway infrastructure bottlenecks to maximize use of low emissions rate connections to the port. And at the same time, there must be the right charging infrastructure for electric vehicles for road freight. We have seen that some of the largest ports like Rotterdam and Seattle, they have already installed charging stations for electric vehicles. So that could be an inspiration for Hamburg. And as one of the biggest industrial ports in Europe, Hamburg has also the potential to become a hydrogen hub if the right supporting infrastructure is in place. This could provide net zero fuel to local industry and neighboring regions. And again, you know, I want to send you a strong signal is that Chamber of Commerce, they have a key role to play. They can work very well with local and regional governments and all the local businesses. They can encourage and enable all this type of green investment that we crucially need. We're at the COP, everybody's talking about local, the role of some national government. I was just now with all the ministers and the local government representative. You know, now it's part of the COP discussion. You have, especially the local Chamber of Commerce, you have a key role to play as well. So the full report will be launched in January at the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce. Again, we will be pleased to join the launch event. And just a word of conclusion, at the OECD, we strongly believe that meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement will only be possible if companies of all sizes join forces with local and regional governments to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Give you one little present, because you absolutely perfectly described Hamburg as a role model for all your ambition in achieving climate neutrality, and you said Hamburg is a bit like a nutshell for the world economy then. And in Hamburg we call little ships also nutshells. And something very special from Hamburg is the little ship in a bottle, the Buddel ship. And this is a nutshell in the bottle that we would like to give you as a present, because you have perfectly described this as a nutshell. And please think of Hamburg on your desktop there.
Thank you.
So Malta, welcome back to the stage. Hassan, Helga, thank you for joining us. I thought we'd try and pick up on three themes. There was a lot to take in from Lamia's speech. I'm very jealous we're not getting ships in bottles, I have to say. Very disappointed, but I will get over that. So I thought we'd try and dig into three things. First, the role of chambers of commerce, which is obviously, as ICC, something very dear to our heart. Secondly, some specific issues around Hamburg. Helga, thinking particularly of your company's role. And then perhaps just thinking more broadly about what this report might provide in terms of a roadmap for bigger picture action in other cities and indeed globally. So to start with chambers of commerce, it was really interesting to hear the emphasis that Lamia, the OECD report, places on chambers of commerce. I remember in 2019 when we launched the Chambers Climate Coalition for the UN Secretary General's big climate summit at UNGA that year, we really saw the potential mobilization of chambers of commerce. And in fact, I think 3,500 chambers signed up to that movement. So it's really interesting to hear the potential. I just wondered if we could start with you, Malta. Where do you see specific opportunities for the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce going forward? What are you doing already? But where do you see opportunities for chambers, or the Hamburg Chamber specifically, to go further and faster?
Yes, thank you, Andrew. And I think there are several aspects why chambers should be at the spearhead and the front runners of climate neutrality for their business community, because we see ourselves as the forethinkers of the business location and all the member companies, and always seeking new business opportunities for our members. That's what chambers are for. And that's, you know, we see the opportunity in the future for Hamburg to prove that it's possible to combine ecological and economical aspects. And if we achieve climate neutrality in Hamburg, that will not save the climate in the world, but it's possible to export the technology and the know-how. So that's what we try to develop, the know-how, the technologies, to use the application of these technologies, and then generate export opportunities for our member companies. So it's an absolutely business case as forethinking as a chamber. We also then go to have our own business cases towards our memberships in advising them with that, just giving the impulse and making up the mind, but then helping and assisting our members on how to achieve climate neutrality. And you know, it's from the networking, the exchange and knowledge sharing between companies to organize that. It's the networking between new technologies and the companies, but it's also very hands-on, we have consultants, advisors going to the companies and saying, all right, you can save energy if you just rearrange your production processes, if you use new technologies and so on, just like very concrete assistance. And I think this is something what any chamber could do in the world.
So the chambers really are potentially a key partner and advisor to the real economy. Hassan, what's the view from the Dubai Chamber?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be part of this great panel. How fitting is COP28 happening here in the United Arab Emirates in the city of Dubai, and we're talking about one very important element, which is the role of chambers of commerce in engaging the wider business community towards achieving carbon neutrality and impacting the environment. I completely agree with what Dr. Maltejs has mentioned. I mean, we have the responsibility as chambers of commerce to create the necessary awareness for the wider business community, for the right stakeholders that we work with. Now, remember, majority of businesses in economies, at least here as well, I know it's also relevant to Hamburg and many other economies globally, are SMEs. And these small and medium enterprises, they need that sort of guidance, they need the necessary information, they need to be linked with important international organizations so that they are well informed of what the possibilities are and the impact that they can actually play. And just like what was earlier mentioned during your keynote speech, I mean, we all have that responsibility. It's all businesses. It's not just the big multinationals or the sector-specific businesses, but it actually falls upon all the businesses that we interact with on a regular basis to be able to engage them collectively and see a true impact. So that's sort of the responsibility that comes on chambers of commerce, along with, of course, then comes that responsibility of identifying other chambers of commerce, that cooperation that needs to exist, and working with institutions, international institutions, to create a true impact.
Awesome. So let's move from chambers of commerce to Hamburg, and specifically really thinking about something that I think Malte touched on earlier, Hamburg as a hub for aviation and also maritime transport. Helga, I wonder if we could bring you into the conversation. What do you see as the potential for Hamburg, and also what role is your company, Sasol, playing in terms of driving the pathway to carbon neutrality?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you also for being invited here as an industry representative, speaking on behalf of the industry in Hamburg. Our company has its headquarters in Johannesburg, so it dates back to the 1950s. It's a global integrated multinational company that has also a head office in the city of Hamburg for Europe and Asia, and we also have a hub in the United States in Houston. For us, the city of Hamburg is so critical because it allows us to also drive innovation in an ecosystem consisting of the aviation hub of the city of Hamburg, which consists largely of SMEs. So more than 45,000 jobs are directly related to the aviation sector in the city of Hamburg. And we do fuels and energy and chemicals products globally, and sustainable aviation fuels, particularly with the aviation industry as one of the hardest to abate sectors of all industries, needs sustainable fuels. And Sasol has leveraged off a technology that has been invented 100 years ago in Germany. So the first patents were really filed literally in 1925, 98 years ago, in the city of Mülheim in Germany. And Sasol, because of reasons of apartheid, needed, for reasons of energy self-sufficiency, to use that technology. It's agnostic to the feedstock. It can use green hydrogen and sustainable carbon sources. And apart from coal to liquids and gas to liquids, where we are the masters in that technology, we are now using it. And we have also explored in the city of Hamburg the possibility to start a sustainable aviation fuels plant. We are now looking into larger scale power to liquids processes for Germany. Germany consumes around 10 million tons of jet fuel per year. So, and with the European Refuel EU, there's a clear mandate now to fuel up to 6% sustainable aviation fuels by the end of this decade. So it's a massive challenge. The industry is not seeing the volumes, so it really needs technology providers that can come to play.
Fabulous. I mean, this so far is a very optimistic story about the role of chambers, the role of corporates in driving innovation, the opportunity for SMEs. There are some people we speak to who are more skeptical, who say the climate transition will inevitably impose significant costs on the real economy. This is not the right time to be taking action with a cost of living crisis, inflation, etc. Marta, how would you respond to that? Because you clearly see the world through a more optimistic lens.
There are two perspectives on that. The one perspective is more the political one, that the costs will be higher if we don't go for the extra cost. But I would go for the business perspective, which I prefer most as a chamber representative, to say you need to invest before you gain the profit. And that's what we are seeking for, to develop the technologies, to develop the know-how on how to achieve climate neutrality, because it's absolutely inevitable. We need to go for that, and so let's make the best out of it. And then maybe it's possible to make a green economic prosperity, so which is a bright future that we need to achieve. And I think it's a very important role again for chambers and also for the ICC, for the chamber network, to inspire other chambers to organize knowledge sharing among chambers, and to have that. And let me add this, because there's a lot to deal with innovation and developing new technologies and applying new technologies. And that's why we are very happy that we are able to cooperate with the Dubai Chamber of Commerce very closely. We just signed 4 or 5 weeks ago on the occasion of the Dubai Business Forum, an innovation corridor between Hamburg and Dubai. Because Hamburg is and Dubai is, from the Hamburg perspective, from the German perspective, like a paradise when it comes up to regulation and business, because you can apply and use new technologies and gain experiences by that. And we would love to have this innovation culture also in Germany, but now it's also an opportunity to bring startups, companies from Hamburg to Dubai, and enabling them to gain experiences and applying the new products and technologies, and then bring that experience back again to Hamburg. And we are very happy to cooperate in that regard. I think it's a very good example on how chambers in the chambers network can collaborate on this important issue.
And if I may just add, Andrew, I mean, in addition to this whole collaboration, which I emphasized on earlier, I think there is also that responsibility around leading by example. I think that's very, very important. And just to go back to Dr. Malta's earlier remarks when he said they need to invest in order to see the returns. So us as Dubai Chambers, for example, we already have solar panels installed on our buildings. We're using wind turbines on our buildings. And that was quite an investment as well initially, but today our electricity and water bill is less than 50 cents, when we saved quite a significant and had an impact. So leading by example, creating that awareness, collaborating with others, listening to these concerns that some of these businesses have, right? The challenges that they have, they might be that's where we come in and we try to actually create the necessary sessions to tell them this is the ultimate goal, this is your financial reward, this is the impact that you're going to have, not just on the environment, but on humanity as a whole. So that's collaboration is essential between all of us as chambers of commerce and working with the government.
And to directly build on that, obviously with Emirates, one of the key customers of the region of Hamburg, with Airbus as the big aircraft OEM, it was fascinating to me to see that once we started to explore if there's a potential in the city of Hamburg to build a sustainable aviation fuels plant, and obviously also maritime fuels is something that our technology could also be used for. The first airline that was really directly raising their hands to say, guys, we're going to sign a letter of support for this project was Emirates. So and that really impressed us. And having worked for the Yellow Crane airline for 10 years in Germany, the wonderful carrier of Lufthansa, and the two are also a co-petition, yeah, in not really only competing, but they're also collaborating to a large extent, because it's really an ecosystem effort that's needed to really decarbonize industries and sectors such as the aviation or the maritime industry. But it was fascinating to see that whilst the German flag carrier Lufthansa was still rather reluctant and deeply thinking about should one really advocate for the uptake of power to liquids, yeah, for sustainable aviation fuels, Emirates immediately raised their hand. It made us so proud to have the support from UAE, from your flag carrier, for a project that would be actually placed in Europe and in Germany. Yeah.
Wow. So Dubai really is a paradise, as you said, Malte, for innovation. I just want to drill down on that for 1 second, if I can start with you, Helga, if I may. So technology is clearly key, not least in the transportation sector in terms of new fuel innovation, etc. What do you need to see from governments to enable you to innovate faster, but also to reduce the cost of new technologies?
So where we see Europe really leading is in the regard of the European RED II and the specific Refuel EU blend mandates, which stipulate an uptake of maritime fuels or sustainable aviation fuels of, let's say, 6% of those fuels by 2030, which is a huge number. Just looking at Germany, 6% relates to some 600,000 tons of products, yeah, that would have to be available in a country like Germany. And so what we do need is definitely a stable regulatory framework, which is finally has been ratified by the European Union, which is absolutely perfect, because everybody obviously talks about the IRA implications and will the investors now rather go to the United States or will they also stay in Europe? And I'm a firm believer that investments will be placed in Europe and in Germany. And so with the given regulatory framework and obviously not total grants, subsidies are needed, but some subsidies are particularly needed in the beginning to render bankable business cases and sufficient internal rates of return, because otherwise industry players can't really take those ambitious investment decisions.
I would like to add the German Chamber's perspective on that. What is needed? Because we feel in Germany, in Europe, we have a more regulatory approach. We go there and say, all right, the state needs to be the driver of the transition and needs to tell the businesses, all right, we want to achieve climate neutrality, and then we tell you how to do this. And that's, from our perspective, a completely wrong approach. You need to say, all right, we share the target to achieving climate neutrality, but we, the business community, needs to be the driver and needs to be get the freedom which technologies to use, and the state should really focus on the framework, on the infrastructure, and invest in the right infrastructure for sure, but enabling a more less regulation for enabling the business community to invest in the path to net zero.
It's a very, very important point, and it's something we would support as ICC fully. One thing we've called out repeatedly at this COP and in the lead up to the conference is the need for governments to really think about workable regulation, and particularly looking at barriers to climate action that essentially come from national or international policy frameworks. So antitrust rules that inhibit the development of corporate sustainability partnerships, the very approach you were talking about earlier, or international definitions of waste from global frameworks that stop the deployment of circular economy solutions. So it's those sorts of policy barriers that we think require a much greater degree of focus, and it was interesting, Helga, to hear your talk about the need for specific interventions and subsidies in some areas to act as a clear catalyst. Hassan, do you have any perspectives on the public policy dimension?
Well, I have 2 points here to mention.
Perspectives from
I just really want to truly acknowledge the kind of work that we are witnessing here today, right? From a Chamber of Commerce working with OECD to publish a report such as this one and what it actually means and the impact that it can actually have, to the presence of the ICC within COP28 and the engagement level that we have seen. I mean, these are the kind of platforms or initiatives that would help facilitate this private-public kind of dialogue and set perspectives. And having us here on this panel talking about them also is an important step to take us forward and move us in the right direction for sure.
So I'm aware of the time. We were slightly late starting. Apologies to everyone who was waiting very patiently online in particular. So maybe just one final round of questions, starting with you, Malte. So the full report will be published in January with the support of the President of the European Commission, which is amazing, bravo. What next? What do you expect to be reporting by this time next year?
You know, there's a mixture of what there is some policy recommendations that we need to lobby for and convince our governments in Hamburg and Germany to provide the right paths. There's also strong recommendations on how to advise our member companies. And that's what we are also rolling out then with the membership campaign and to achieving climate neutrality in our membership community. But the third column is the international networks that we need to work with. We would initiate some sort of international summit dialogue platform in Hamburg any 2 years to invite other chambers, other companies, politics, governments from all over the world, specific regard to the industry sector, which is that needs to be the forerunner on the climate neutrality, to see some sort of green industrial summit format in Hamburg that we would like to start on January 26, but then roll it out regularly up to 2040, where we want to reach that climate neutrality in Hamburg with international competitive improvements.
Helga, turning to you with maybe a slightly obscure question, I don't know, but so obviously aviation is vital to the city of Hamburg. If you're going to reach net zero by 2040, aviation, I assume, will have to play a big role. What do you see as the pathway for a net zero or near net zero aviation industry? Is it possible?
It is certainly possible, and we have to make that effort. It is absolutely critical, yeah, because mobility is a human demand, is a need, and it is doable. So as of today, around 300 million tons of jet fuel are consumed globally. So that needs to be replaced, yeah, to the largest possible extent by sustainable aviation fuels. Companies such as Airbus are also currently looking into hydrogen planes, electric flight. That might not be the biggest lever to decarbonize the aviation sector, and yet the ramp-up of those sustainable aviation fuels are absolutely critical, and it's doable with the right technologies and the right players in the market. And as my closing remark, as a father of 4 kids being born in Hamburg, I also want to make sure that the generations to come will be among the happiest Germans. Yeah, so that will be my personal contribution.
So it's personally important. So Hassan, I just wanted to ask you, so Dubai Chamber's incredibly important part of the ICC network, I think one of the biggest chambers in the world in terms of your overall footprint. What do you see as the future for cooperation and collaboration between chambers in this space going forward?
Frankly speaking, when we see, I mean, we just spoke about the collaboration between chambers of commerce, and this is an example that we've seen between Hamburg and Dubai chambers, the innovation corridor, a similar kind of network of collaboration under the ICC World Chambers Federation, with the support of the right stakeholders, European commissions and others, and all other important international institutions, we can certainly make a difference. So we have our targets for the UAE, carbon neutrality by 2050. So we have 10 years to learn from you, right? So there is the...
We have 10 years to sell our products.
Exactly. So yes.
It's a perfect collaboration. Malte, I hope you haven't turned your microphone off. One final question. This is a very, very ambitious target, and we can only congratulate you on that ambition and that leadership you're showing. How can we, all the stakeholders in this room, we as ICC, how can we help you moving forward?
Thanks first for the offer to help us and contribute to our ambitious goal. Actually, the goal was set by our business community. They wanted us to set this goal and to achieve that. And what would be the most welcome is any best practice example, any benchmarks, any good project that we can learn from on our way. It's the one side. The other side is how spread the word. Let's talk about it and tell about our ambition. Maybe there are other ambitions all over the world and things that we can then integrate and collaborate on, such as we do with Dubai. That is very, very important. And then we would go for the World Chambers Network and hope to make good business from that.
You can certainly count on our full support, both with ICC Germany, ICC Global, and of course the World Chambers Federation. Malte, congratulations again, and thank you for the leadership you're showing within the Chambers Network. Huge thanks to our friends at the OECD. Hassan, Helga, thank you very much for joining us. And we very, very much look forward to the launch of the groundbreaking report in January, and we can't wait to advertise that to our network. Thank you to everyone for joining, and we look forward to you joining us for lunch outside, hopefully.
Thank you.
afternoon, everyone that had joined us online as well. We are starting the unveiling biocredits as a cutting-edge approach to mitigation. Yesterday, we had a very insightful panel about carbon markets, and something that Wendy Miles mentioned, that perhaps Brazil could develop a framework also for nature pricing and nature biodiversity credits and so on. So we would like to discuss a little bit about it, because the climate and the biodiversity agenda, they are deeply connected. So it's my pleasure to call to the stage Mariana Barbosa, who is the Institutional Affairs Director for ReGreen as moderator, Kevin Macedo, Global Director of Sustainability for Natura & Co, and Vice Chair of ICC Global Commission on Environment and Energy, and Erin Leithizer, Associate Director for Climate and Nature at BSR. That's it. So unfortunately, Professor Carlos Nobre had a last-minute commitment, so he will be not joining us. So yeah, Mari, if you like to.
Thank you, Dani. Thank you all for the invitation and to be here among those amazing panelists. I'm very glad to be here. I know COP can be very exhausting, so thanks for all of you that are here, and for the ones that are watching us online, thank you very much for keeping the time to this very important discussion. So before going through the questions, and I know that there is a lot of discussion about biodiversity credits, nature credits. I know we've seen, for example, several of the creditators even going forward to develop methodologies for nature credits, like VERA and other institutions as well. Before that, I think it's important to take a step back and think a little bit more about where we are in terms of nature dependency. So we do know that like 50% of the GDP is actually dependent on nature ecosystems. We have over 1 million species under the risk of extinction. And we also know that 1 every 5 people live under threat of reducing and having lack of ecosystem services. And the data and information can go on and on and on about like how much we're actually dependent on these ecosystem services and nature. So I think, and we also have like, and we're more going further with understanding better the connection between biodiversity and climate. So this agenda has been moving forward. And as it has, for example, just before coming here, I was also discussing a little bit of desertification. So we are moving with the 3 COPs on the same direction, like looking for tools to actually be able to have finance towards those important mitigation activities. There are mitigation activities that are going to address the 3 variables. Some mitigation activities that are going to be able to address one of those. So I think once we came from Montreal, with the COP, and one of the targets to how do we actually get $200 billion towards mitigation activities for biodiversity. We've been discussing a lot of those new financial tools. So there is a discussion on carbon credits, for example, that can value more when they're addressing biodiversity. There are discussions of other financial mechanisms that can be actually related to biodiversity indicators. So I know there's a lot of a discussion. There is a discussion of biodiversity credits, is nature credits, is any credit at all? Like how do we measure? How do we move forward? Like how are going to be the metrics, etc. I think we're in an important time right now, not only because of the Montreal, of the framework of the convention, but also like we are implementing, the companies are implementing TNFD. So there's a lot of knowledge that is being moving forward. So before moving to like specific questions, I really want to hear our panelists on like more general discussions. So what is this discussion is about, and what are the challenges, and what is nature biodiversity credits? What are the challenges where we are right now, and should we move forward with this discussion or not? So I'm moving to Kevin. Kevin Macedo is the Director of Sustainability of Natura, so I think has a lot to share with us, as well as Erin, like Associate Director of BSR, that for sure can also share a lot of experience from her clients and her own experience.
Joan, why don't I have a start and then you can jump in. So thank you so much for the lovely invitation and for being here. So maybe to jump off from some of the points that you made, thinking of where we've come in the last year. So I was very fortunate to be in Montreal last year with the signing of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And I think this has set out, this is the Paris equivalent of the climate agreement for nature. And so really sets forward some global goals for us. So I think that's a really, that's an important North Star for all of us to now be able to orient all of those kind of frameworks and the goals and targets to all then be aligned across what that global goal is. So I think the last year has seen a lot of exciting developments, everything from Science-Based Targets Network, who is working on science-based targets for nature, have released the version 1 of their guidance, and seeing a group of testing companies working through that process. We've seen, as you mentioned, TNFD has come out. So I think starting to see a lot of tools and frameworks working to catch up to be able to help instate those goals, those global goals. And then, of course, now alongside the carbon credits market has been rising the biodiversity credits market. And this is, I think, in equal parts, wonderful and complicated, and something, yes, maybe we can dive in a little bit to that, but maybe just to draw some distinctions between that and some of the carbon, maybe to kind of ground us as we move forward. So a lot of the carbon credit projects are all the carbon credit projects. The main metric there is looking at the amount of carbon sequestered. But we know that we can do that in a lot of different ways, and there's a lot of things we might think of as co-benefits. So are we doing positive or negative things to the environment? Are we helping or harming local communities and Indigenous people? So one of the things I think that's very promising about looking at credits more from the biodiversity and the nature side is perhaps we can have a greater appreciation of the kind of complexities of how these projects operate, rather than looking squarely at the carbon, but maybe we can dive into that a little bit more. But happy to hear what you've been, how you've seen things develop over the last year and been experiencing it.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks, Gabriela, and also Danny for the invitation of this panel from ICC. I'm also glad that you accepted the invitation that we made for you, because I do consider that you have been in Montreal. So you have seen in the ground so many discussions, and it is important, of course, if you give the context, that, of course, the CBD COP15 supposed to happen in 2020. And, of course, different from the COP26 from Glasgow that was just postponed in 1 year, the CBD COP15 was postponed for 2 years. And then in the meanwhile, a lot of debate were made, especially about this consideration about setting the nature agreement, similar to the Paris Agreement. And I was very glad to see the Global Biodiversity Framework finally set about the discussions in December in the cold Montreal. So I was a little bit afraid about if the weather is going to make any influence about the decisions of the policymakers or not, and the delegates. So what we have seen, I think that you touched on a very important topic about TNFD and SBTN. So I think that more and more there is this discussion about how we can try to standardize the framework. Because I think that the most challenge that when we are facing, when we are talking about nature or we're talking about biodiversity, is that first there is no conscience about exactly what we need to measure. Second, there is no single standard to do it. There is no tool that can measure and can deliver the real impact that we have in each one of the hotspots that we operate. And I think it's very important to clear out, when we're talking about climate, it's a global discussion. When we're talking about nature and biodiversity, it's a local discussion. And therefore, it's increased the level of complexity in a way that I do consider that afraid a little bit the private sector, because how we are going to manage this? And in parallel also, we see so many discussions about the new regulations, especially in the European Union, about how you prove the traceability in order to avoid any deforestations over your value chain. I think that recently we saw, of course, ISSB releasing the new standards about IFRS S1 and S2 related to climate. But the new discussions on the standard S3 is going to be about biodiversity and ecosystem service. So I think that is going to be a reality, which means that even though that we will need to learn and we will need to improve from time to time, we need to start. I think that that is the point that we need to make. And in this context, it was very clear, based on the discussion that we have seen for so many years and about the carbon market, that something is going to reflect. I like your point, and I think, Mariana, you highlighted in your introductions about some of the co-benefits, and biodiversity. It was one of the co-benefits when we implement some of the carbon credits. And I think now it's about, we are overlapping the agenda. We have any kind of synergies, how we are going to differentiate it one project to the other one. But I think that, let me offer the floor for you.
No, I think it's very interesting, and thank you for the introduction. It's an amazing introduction. I think, so as We're Green, for example, we're implementing a lot of nature-based solution projects, and it's clear to us that we are providing more benefits to the biodiversity than the ones that we're actually being able to measure and benefit from. So like my question for you, for both of you, is just before we move forward with the discussion on the biodiversity credit, and especially for Erin, like, how do you see, for example, the relationship between what the companies have been, how they have been framing biodiversity in terms of the corporate strategy, and how this can help or like interfere with the strategy on biodiversity credits? Like, so to what extent the companies until now have been taking into consideration biodiversity in their corporate strategy? Because I think this kind of will lead to where we are right now and how far we are from actually being able to finance and turn biodiversity into a finance mechanism.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so maybe to start just with the premise of thinking about what credits are. So credits, I think at their most basic, are really, this is the kind of mechanism that we use to be able to attribute finance to something that we're doing, to an activity or to a project on the ground. And so I think of at least credits as this is the way that we get funding. So I guess, to take a step back from that, to really think about how are corporates engaging with biodiversity. I think there are many who have had very long and lovely history, I think, working on this. But I think for many other companies, that's not the case. And this is something that is very new. So I work with lots of companies who might start out saying, I know there's something about nature and biodiversity, but I don't even know where to start. So I think this is where we would encourage and work with companies to first understand what are those impacts that you're making on the environment, what are you dependent on, and then you at least start to get a sense of what are the most salient issues for you, what's most material, are you having the biggest effects on water withdrawals or on air pollution, and then being able to then build that into a strategy. One of the things I think that's very powerful about looking at nature in particular is its ability and its intersectionality, which can be really, really complicated, but also means that we have the ability to be able to use nature solutions to be able to get climate benefits, to be able to result in biodiversity uplift. And I think, as importantly, and one of the many conversations at this COP has been about a just transition. So how do we actually use this financing mechanism to get money in the hands of Indigenous people and local communities who we know are the best stewards of nature? So how can we use this as a way to be able to integrate it into company strategy and help them be able to tick those multiple boxes and objectives that they have with their sustainability work?
Thanks, and I think it's I'm gonna make a question to Kevin, but I want to go back to you after that because I'm really interested in also learning. Like, I'm working a lot of carbon credits and getting into all this new world of biodiversity credits, but I'm very interested in to understand better how we can get the lessons that we have for projects like ours or other kind of carbon projects. We're developing the biodiversity strategy, and how can we take those lessons and go forward towards having a specific tool. But I want to understand, like, since you spoke a little bit about the corporate, I want to learn from Kevin as well, because Natura has been a leading company in Brazil towards all chains of biodiversity, like from Ecos Brazil, like all the lines of products. So what do you think what do you see from your projects up to now? What lessons do you take from there? And then to move forward, like what actually, like from all the projects we've been taking, like how can you take those into including and implementing, if not a carbon, like not a biodiversity credit, other type of mechanism to actually have a revenue for biodiversity?
Yeah, great question. And then I'm going to make a hook about something that Aaron mentioned as well. So for those who don't know, Natura, it's a cosmetic company based in Brazil that has been found in the end of the 60s. Since the beginning, there is these desires to have natural ingredients. It was totally opposite from the trend of the beauty sector by that time. And that is because the name of the company is very similar to the word nature or the word natural in Portuguese and in English are almost the same. So I think that since the beginning, the company has this sustainability timeline about how we can try to address the social and environmental challenges and transform this into sustainable business opportunity. And one of these opportunities, it was how we can try to contribute to the preservation of the Amazon rainforest, especially, and at the same time trying to enhance the 4 dimensions of sustainability, which is the cultural aspects about the traditional knowledge of local communities that has been living in harmony with nature for so many years. And because of that, as Mariana was mentioning, there is this creation of this line called ECOS or ECOS that try to introduce to the Brazilian citizenship the biodiversity ingredients. But actually, we made a double goal because, of course, we introduced these to the entire world. Definitely is the best line that we have out of selling outside Brazil because it combines, of course, a high-quality benefit and performance in the products as well as try to make all the environmental and social principles. And one of the things that we apply over this line, it was the access and benefit sharing, trying to follow the principles of the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and try to pay the access and benefit sharing not only for the genetic heritage, but as well as on traditional knowledge. But I think that what we were not able to do is that how we can transform these payments and have the real measurements about the impact that we generate on environmental dimension and social dimension. We have been working with those communities for so many years, and I think that is the challenge. Now we have a KPI about what is our directly contributions about the standing forest in the Amazon regions, which is accounted nowadays for 2 million hectares. The goal is to achieve 3 million. But the point that I would like to make the connections what Aaron said before is that if you take a look about the TCFD framework, we are talking about 11 elements of reporting. When we're talking about TNFD that was recently launched in New York Climate Week in September, it is 14. And one of the additional 3 elements, because it was a pressure from the private sector, you need to remain with the 4 dimensions, the governance, the strategy, the risk management, and metrics, in order, of course, to be more simpler for the private sector and even for the financial sector to evaluate this result. And one of the 3 additional elements is the one that you touch about people because it's related to human rights, especially because it was a lot of pressures on TNFD development to say that how you really are going to measure the social impact about indigenous people and local communities. Because in the end of the day, you cannot disassemble local communities from the biodiversity topic. They are embedded in this situation. And I think that even though that the framework has been launched, I think that from now on, we are going to see how the companies are going to make the implementation. I do consider if you go to the market and seek for any kind of external consultants to support you on TCFD implementation, you're going to see a lot of the external consultants. If you try to seek for consultants that has expertise on TNFD side, I almost can guarantee that they are going to learn with your project. So probably there should be a contract of pro bono in order, of course, they can be an expert. So just take a look about Felipe here in the audience. We are going to chat later. So I think that is the importance about how to set the strategy. And I think that when you're talking about biodiversity, and this conversation about biodiversity credit, for me, it's in an initial moment of discussion. It's very early beginning discussion because in the end of the day, you need to understand what is the role biodiversity credit will play in your nature strategy. But how we are going to define your nature strategy if you do not have the assessments about your risk and independence? Everyone knows about what we need to do when we're talking about on carbon. We need to make the inventory as the first step. So I'm just seeing Luis here, and I remember the time that he was working for Fundação Getúlio Vargas, is the basic thing that you need to do is do the inventory. So I think that companies are trying to do the first step. And with these initial results that probably by the developments of the new tools are going to be improved, are going to be developed, but then they are going to seek and understand the reality and then start to think about what is going to be my strategy, and later, how the biodiversity credits can play a role here or not.
I think it's like bring a little bit from our perspective. So we are working on, for example, our monitoring protocols in terms of what is a successful restoration. And I totally agree with you there. Like, we're not even talking about, like, I'm not talking about TNFD stuff, but even the monitoring protocol. So how do you measure success in terms of biodiversity? Like, are we going to measure a specific species, or are we going to measure what is actually the one thing to be monitored? So I think this is a question that crosses so many aspects of the nature and climate solutions. Like in our case, it has been a lot of challenging, and also looking for the right expertise. So it's just interesting, just to relate a little bit of our perspective, a nature-based solution developer. So Erin, going back to what we were discussing before, a little bit of, so the carbon credits already have, for example, high integrity, or credits that are being valued more, with CCB and things like this. And also we already have other type of frameworks and tools, like the Principle 6 for IFC in terms of assessing. So we already have avoidance, mitigation. So what tools that we're already on the table that can help us? So it's a little bit broader than my previous question. So, because I'm just interested in understanding where we are. We know we do have TNFD that can help us understanding better the dependencies. But I know that from previous works, we already have other tools. So are those tools available, or do we have to develop everything from scratch?
Yeah, I think the good news is there are lots of tools and frameworks and guidance. I think the maybe not as good news is that there are lots of tools and frameworks and guidance. So I think one of the things that we've been puzzling about and working on is how do we kind of bring this all together in a way that makes sense in whatever that context is, because each company is going to be different in what they are striving for. So I think, there are some of these tools. So there's some great things, like there's the Tropical Forest Credits Integrity Guide. I know there is an IPLC framework launching, or just has launched, but anyway, within, 48 hours on either side of today, that I know is coming out with some general principles for investment. So I think our approach has been, how do we take, the core carbon principles with all of these other kind of frameworks and identify what are those commonalities to then really say, what is it that across all of these frameworks and guidances are we in agreement about? And these will be things like additionality and equivalence and integrity and the inclusion of people and things. So I think we have worked to then, how do we pull together this kind of checklist of criteria, and then be able to then talk about and map that back of how does this then line up with not only these various frameworks, but what might this mean if it's a carbon credit, for example, in the context of an SBTI commitment and goal? How might that fit in, at least into the longer term net zero strategy? So we would look at that. I think then when it comes to implementation, so maybe a step beyond the tools, then I think it's taking that list and, figuring out here are the, we know this is kind of what the external world expects of us and what high quality and integrity looks like. I think then to bring that internally, then it is also marrying that up with what are the things that you're trying to achieve as a company. Are you trying to, work close to your supply chains to help, maybe support some of the landscapes and the types of commodities that you're sourcing to be able to help those become, more robust or restore those. So even if it's not within your supply chain, it's quite still close to the kind of impacts and dependencies you're having. Is it something that you need the credits and you want to be able to tell a PR story about? Is it something you just want to know that you have something on your books for later on that's very high quality? So I'd encourage companies to think through what is it they're trying to achieve with those. And then we can start to go out in the market and say, okay, so if you're working in the cocoa value chain, then perhaps projects in Ghana or Côte d'Ivoire might make sense because that's where much of the world's cocoa is grown. So things like this. So anyway, I think we would bring this back to say what are those external criteria, but then marry them up internally too, and drawing on the many frameworks and tools to get there.
Nice. Kevin, I just heard that, like, I know Natura is working on specific financial tools to work, for example, with its supply chain, with Fumbio and Vert, and etc. So I know this is not itself a nature or a biodiversity credit, but like how, like what is your view? Like, is that something that is to replace a biodiversity credit? It is something completely different. It's something aimed more at the social aspect. So how those other financial instruments that are emerging, and we're talking more and more about how market tools can actually help engage in social and biodiversity strategy. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think in the end of the day, if you take in consideration when we're talking about forest projects on the carbon market, we are talking about basically REDD+, and we are talking about reforestation or restoration of projects. And I think that here it's going to be a good discussion about carbon avoidance and carbon removal. And I think that also when we're talking about carbon avoided, I think that there is a discussion about what are the other ecosystem services that extending forests can contribute. And there we see so many, like in Brazil, so many discussions about ecosystem payment. But I think in the end of the day, all those mechanisms are still using carbon as the reference, of course, to set what is going to be the value. And I think that is the part that we are going to have these huge discussions whenever we have more maturity in those kind of metrics in order to understand how we can give the value about ecosystem service looking beyond carbon, because that is the value. If you take a look about any kind of standards about reforestation or restorations, we are talking about 20, max 30 years that is going to observe and create the balance between the carbon removal. Which means that, but in the other hand, the ecosystem service of a high integrity forest will not going to be replaced probably even with 200 years. And I think that is the importance about how we preserve. And the other day I was having these informal chats that we start over COPs, and of course, day by day you think about it, how we can really value high integrity forests, the forest that has not been touched. And if you take in consideration that climate change will change, of course, the weather, it's going to change the bird migration, and therefore probably is going to migrate the way that we do natural restorations of the areas. So I think that is the part, how we can try to measure this. And also, what is the frequency that we are going to do? Because it's another debate, how we are going to do it, and what is the reference that we are going to adopt. So I think that that is the part that is still undefined for me. I think that Erin touched a very important point just to endorse my comment about without knowing exactly where you are, without knowing what is the strategy that you want to achieve, you cannot, of course, start and acquire any kind of projects, no matter about what is the reference that you're going to adopt, because then you cannot even justify or even create a narrative about what I'm doing with these kind of investments, since you mentioned about what is the financial mechanism that we might use.
Well, I think it's interesting, and then I want to just know if everyone has a question, but before that, like, to the extent, I do understand like the necessity of the companies assessing what they want to achieve, but I'm thinking here, what is the role of regulation? Because as Erin mentioned, like, and you mentioned, carbon credits, it's a much easier to, it's already hard. I don't want to say it's easy, but like at least like you do know, like it's a carbon, it's a ton of carbon, or it's not a ton of carbon. So it's easier to have like a fungible asset. Yes, it's a unique reference. That's better than to say that it's easy. So I'm just wondering, like, from the two of you, like, even if the corporations and the companies do assess their strategy and define a strategy, what is the role of regulation when it comes to a biodiversity credit? Or are we talking about like a voluntary market in which then we already know like several standards will emerge, and that's natural, like that's what have already been happening, and I think that lesson could be taken from the carbon. So like, what is exactly we are talking here is like more of a voluntary market type of thing, regulated market type of thing. So I just want to hear your perspective, and then open to questions if anyone does have it.
All right, I'll start. Yeah, so I think it's very much emerging, and we'll see where it goes. My sense is that this is developing very much in parallel to the carbon market. So I see the biodiversity credits market developing primarily as a voluntary market. That said, there are also lots of occasions where, to your point, regulation already requires biodiversity offsetting. So particularly the mining and extractive industries have been doing this for years and years, so they're quite used to this. So there might be different kinds of credits in the market, and this is now, I think, where we'll need some nuance. I also understand a new draft of Article 6.4 has just come out in the last couple of hours, so quite keen to see what's in there. Maybe some of you know and can tell us, but this, I think, will also dictate a bit of how the market then develops. But what I will say, I think, is maybe two random points about the biodiversity credits market. One, I think there are pros and cons to having biodiversity credits sitting separately than carbon credits. So on one hand, I would argue Mother Nature doesn't separate out carbon and biodiversity and water and all of these things, right? They're all very interconnected processes. And so we're starting to draw some artificial lines, which I think can get a little dicey because we've probably all heard some horror stories about really terrible carbon projects that actually are really awful for biodiversity because they're major monoculture plantations that are then susceptible to disease and fire, and maybe this disenfranchises local people, right? So this is what worries me about that single carbon metric. But I think the advantage of having biodiversity credits sit separately than those, so leaving those issues aside, is because it's more complex, we really do need to look at those different facets. So maybe it's a better way to truly assess the value and the outcomes we're aiming for with that. And then the other very pragmatic point I've now heard from a few, particularly Forest Nation leaders at COP2, of that the money in the carbon market, it just really is wholly insufficient to be able to pay for what's really required to be able to maintain and restore and then manage that landscape. And so biodiversity credits also offer a very practical path to unlock additional financing through the stacking of both biodiversity and carbon credits.
Yeah, just trying to connect with your last point about if it's going to be feasible or not. Well, even though that we have the market increasing the price of carbon credit, I have my doubts, of course, if a project can just rely about the return of the investment, just about the price of carbon credit. And actually, based on the experience of Natura, what we're trying to do with the local communities is try to increase the revenues from different baskets that we might offer to them. Because in the end of the day, deforestation is the default alternative that they have in their background. It's just a matter to turn around and of course, start cutting the trees. But of course, how we can try to add not only acquiring the raw ingredients by paying with the fair trade principles, paying access and benefit sharing, and of course, trying to pay for ecosystem service. So I think that in this case, maybe, of course, some local regulations might appear. I think that there is one of the standards trying to be issued by Australia. I think that I heard Colombia is also trying to create their national standard. But in the end of the day, there is no consensus exactly what is going to be the market that is going to be created. Is going to be just local or not? And based on, Erin also highlighted the endless discussions about Article 6. It will reflect probably here in the biodiversity credit. I do consider the only thing that probably we are not going to suffer is the issues that we face in the past, since of course we have the Kyoto Protocol and the CDM projects. It's about this lack of high quality and integrated project. I think that there is a lot of concern, especially from the private sector, to try to avoid this. So that is probably the major contributions when we're talking about any kind of national regulations, in order, of course, to separate good projects from projects that does not guarantee any kind of additionalities, double counting, and so on.
I think it's like the one thing I know about the Colombian law, I don't know if for nature credits, I think it's interesting, but somehow there are differences, there are similarities with the Brazilian law, because they are just setting what they set like different ranks in terms of like those areas of high priority in terms of the biodiversity, so that any kind of interference in such areas would require restoration of preservation of an equivalent ratio of like 7, 8. So it depends on how highly prioritizes the land. So I think that's a good way to look forward, and also understand that perhaps there are other ways, there are several ways actually to implement a market, a regulated or not regulated market. So I just wanted to see if the audience has any questions. since we're here, I can make several questions throughout the day. So if anyone has any question.
Well, just to make a comment, just thinking about the biodiversity credit and how you actually address it. In the US, you have the Corps of Engineers that regulates wetlands, and they put value in different types of wetlands. So you have to restore a greater amount if the wetlands are of less value. So as you're assessing the area that you're going to impact, they can either buy a credit from a wetland that's already existing, but there's very clear distinctions on the different types of and the value of each of the areas that you are actually impacting. So that's probably a similar approach that I would think we would need to take on this as well. Just a comment.
Yeah, I do consider that you're right, but I think that when we are talking about this level of operations, it's very in singular moment that we do this kind of, let's say, implementations of equivalent area and so on. I think that when you're talking about sourcing, especially for those in the food sector, I think that is going to be more complicated because it's going to be something that is going to happen year by year. So, and that is going to be the tricky part, how to do any kind of compensation and any kind of offsettings in order, of course, to give them operation license. So.
Does anybody have other questions?
Hi.
Can you just introduce yourself?
Yes, hi, I'm Martin Baxter. I'm from the UK, so I work for a professional body that's of sustainability professionals. So in the UK, we are introducing both a regulated market, because we have new laws that come into effect from the beginning of January for what's called biodiversity net gain. So all new developments has to demonstrate at least 10% increase in biodiversity from that development, and there will then be a credit market established to ensure liquidity in that market. And we're also doing a significant amount of work on how to create voluntary nature markets to bring private sector finance and investment. And so questions about stacking and bundling are really important. I just wonder though, so on when it comes to stacking, the potential is obviously kind of significant to bring a biodiversity benefit, a carbon benefit, and for a UK, a water benefit. And there are two kind of issues that come with that. So one, and you've picked it up, is the extent to which the biodiversity benefits and the carbon benefits accrue at different times and at different pace. So when can you start to sell some of those benefits? Because you know, you might want to sell it as a package, but you might want to split. The other one, though, is when it comes to things like water, is the extent to which you might generate both private sector and public sector funding and finance, because there is a general public benefit from water, which may not be may be different. So I just wondered whether you'd explored any of those issues.
Have we explored? Yes, I think we have explored. I don't know if you have a specific question in there or if it's more of a comment. Just blended finance. So, yeah, so I think one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is what kind of finance mechanisms make sense at what point in a project life cycle. Because I think this is something I've been, you know, different corporates or different types of corporates are very interested in different kinds of investments. So there might be everyone from I am a corporation and I want to have a project where I can like go and I can visit them and I can be on the ground and be hands-on. Everything to an institutional investor who wants it as an asset class because of the profit margin associated with that. And so I wonder if, you know, perhaps in the credits market, we start to develop some kind of nuance or some differences about either what those credits are, or simply they just become appealing to the market at different points in time because of what they are. Because I think early on in that project cycle, as you're starting a project and setting up the monitoring and reporting and verification, it's pretty high risk because, as you say, you don't know when exactly it's going to yield which benefits and so when it will go for crediting. And so that, I think, feels like there's a real opportunity there to leverage some of the public financing available through the Global Environmental Facility and the Global Biodiversity Fund, for example, but perhaps also corporate philanthropic funds a bit on the cycle too, because it helps them to then establish that pool of high quality, high integrity credits that are going to fit well with their corporate strategy for purchase later on. Yeah, and so that allows us to get through that cycle to better quantify and understand, what carbon or biodiversity uplift benefits happen at which point, which then maybe informs how and if it comes back onto the market. I don't know if that helps.
Does anybody have other questions? I'll move on. Can you please introduce yourself as well?
Sure. So I'm Daniel from Climate Ventures in Brazil. And thank you. And I'm curious to know from your perspective in terms of the development of the market is always very complex. So it involves many actors from regulators to companies. So what do you think is kind of like the next steps or the next things that need to happen so we can accelerate this market? And how do you see the risks of these markets in terms comparing to the lack of credibility of, for example, red methodologies in carbon credits that we're facing right now? So how does this market, arises in a way that the methodologies are more credible? So yeah, Phil, $1 million question.
Yeah, let me go first this time. I'm going to share my personal opinion. I don't think that we have a corporate opinion about it. I do consider that some of the regulation that we have seen, especially in Brazil, about ecosystem service, could also help the companies. I do consider that they are going to receive a lot of pressure about disclosing what are their risk and dependence on nature side because of all the buzz that TNFD has created in the last few years. And there is a high expectation on the market to have an adoption faster than it was made by TCFD. I'm sure that all the companies that already are doing the disclosure on TCFD side, they will receive from investor pressure, say, okay, I'm going to give you a waiver of max of 2 years to try to make the reporting on TNFD basis. I do consider that all the discussions that we have been suffering on the last let's say 15 months, especially about REDD+ projects on the voluntary market, I do consider that those kind of projects, one of the solutions for them, it's going to become a biodiversity credit project. Because in the end of the day, the major concern when we're talking about REDD+, it was the discussions about what is exactly the deforestation rate on the reference area that you have adopted, and therefore the questions about if they are going to generate additionality or not. But of course, I do consider that we need, of course, to have better discussions in order to guarantee that the projects, the benefit that the projects will be delivered, how they are going to be accountable. Because in the end of the day, when you're talking about carbon credits, it's very specific that we are trying to repair a damage or an impact that we are not able to avoid the emissions. So that is the role that carbon credits plays nowadays. I'm not entering the discussion if, of course, we can achieve net zero without carbon credits, because then it's going to be a topic for another panel.
Erin, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I can try. Maybe I can comment more on the methodology too, because I see this as one of the key factors that I think is both complicating, but also maybe in the long run will help the market. Because again, we've kind of explored some of the things that are tricky about using that singular metric of carbon as the only thing you look at. And so while that is easy and lovely in some ways, right? I mean, actually working in biodiversity makes me think of how easy climate was, because we had 7 greenhouse gases. They're fungible on a global scale. We can give it to one equivalent, which we cannot do in biodiversity. So I think the standard approach now, or the kind of the most robust approach, is what would be called kind of this basket of metrics. So depending on the landscape or the oceanscape or waterscape that you're working in, what are the right metrics to measure biodiversity uplift, ecosystem health, habitat condition, and these kinds of things. And so while that's tricky because you don't get that apples to apples comparison between projects, One of the things I'm very hopeful about, though, is because we do have multiple metrics and we do have what is potentially a more holistic way to be able to evaluate the impacts, that helps de-risk and really help us understand what are we actually getting in terms of outcomes, so that we can have a clearer path about, what are the investments that we're making, and I hope that can speed up the market.
I think I would add to this, I think we have several interesting experiments going on. So we do have, for example, Vera launched a public consultation on the nature credit, and they're talking about like now a stewardship nature credit, like looking more at the people. We do, like I was talking, even on this COP, I came across like several developers working on trying to launch a biodiversity credits. And to learn, we have to try, right? Like I always tell my kids, you have to walk, you only fall if you walk. So in the end of the day, like we need to move forward with trying these solutions, because as Kevin mentioned, I think that's gonna be super important for conservation efforts. In the end of the day, like we have a lot of discussions about additionality, so we need to find new ways of also driving finance towards conservation, and one that's gonna be, as Erin said, to the extent that you're measuring more metrics, you also have like a more resilient system, right? So does anybody have another question, more questions? Because I want to make a question. So just like final questions. Like, do you think that benefit sharing is enough to bring, so we would have Carlos Nobre here, and a lot of his past discussions on bioeconomy in the Amazon was how you bring knowledge and science to people on the ground as a way to make them leaders of the solutions that are being developed on the ground. So my question is like, is benefit sharing enough is it sufficient too? Or to actually get people in the center of the solutions? Or do we need more, like in terms of governance and stuff? For thinking of biodiversity credits.
Yeah. So I think it's a really good question, because I think benefit sharing is important, but I think I would argue it needs to go further, or maybe we just need to have an expanded version of that concept as we think of it. Because I think oftentimes as we think of benefit sharing, it's after we've already come up with a solution and then it's a percentage of the profit or whatever on that solution. I really think it would benefit us to back up, to actually involve those on the ground, and particularly Indigenous people or local communities, or just those who are living there amongst nature, to really help understand and define the problem. Because how we, even through sophisticated science and whatnot, right, that's going to tell you a different story than the qualitative experience of people on the ground. What does this mean in terms of, I don't know, water collection or rainwater, and how they're experiencing this in their home? So I think really involving people from the get-go to really fully define that problem, because then once we know that, it leads us down a path of, potentially very different solutions to be able to implement that. So I think it's really, doing that benefit sharing, but stepping it up and actually designing the benefit of what is the benefit, what should it be, from the very beginning.
Yeah, based on the experience that we have facing for the last almost 2 decades, I do consider that is not enough. In principles, it's one of the 3 principles from CBD. It's fair to do it. I think that the most important part is these social and cultural aspects. Whenever you are paying access to benefit sharing, do it to traditional knowledge, but it's not enough. Today, I think that even though that we struggle a lot in Brazil, after so many years with previous legislations, to have finally in 2015 new regulations that it lasts 1 more year to have the system, is not enough. I think that by principle, the purpose of access benefit sharing should make the conservation of the forest, but it's not enough.
Maybe to follow up on that, because yes, maybe the simple way to put this is how do we make it more profitable, or how do we incentivize keeping the forest standing rather than cutting it down?
I think it's like we just finished our social strategy at WeGreen, and it was interesting that I take care of legal, social, institutional relations and licensing, a lot of things. And when I joined the company, a lot of people would ask me, so what are the legal tools you're using to assure the permanence of the restored areas? And once we finish social strategy, I always say, this is the wrong question. I mean, it's not only about legal. Like, the only way of keeping the forest alive is actually dialogue and getting the people involved with the forest and changing and allowing them to earn money with the standing forest. So it's a very good. So I just want to have like closing remarks for the both of you. And I would invite you to think for next year, like thinking about the biodiversity credits. Next year, you're going to have the COP of, there's the CBD, but we also have the desertification COP as well. And you're going to have probably the climate COP. So
how do we move forward, like thinking about the soil, biodiversity, and climate? Like, what are your thoughts and closing remarks, considering all the discussion we had so far?
Can I start? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Carmen Virasoro from Argentina, and I just want your vision about the interface between carbon credits and biodiversity vertical. We are finding it in our carbon projects more and more important and more requested to add value to our carbon credits.
So I think that there is a demand about how we can try to measure what are the co-benefits, not only to list what are the co-benefits when we're talking about a carbon project, but also when we're talking about biodiversity, exactly what is the best way to measure it. So that is the point that there is all this discussion, what exactly is going to be the reference, because in the case, as Mariana highlighted, 1 ton of CO2 equivalent is a unique and single metric that can be used everywhere. When we are talking about the biodiversity, there is no equivalence that we can try to convert everything over any kind of biodiversity metric equivalent. So I think that is the challenge that we are facing, so there is no precise answer to your question. I think just trying to close with the final remarks, I think that for the first time, I think that there is a common situation between climate and biodiversity agenda, because the next COP from both sides, there is no definition about when it will happen and where it will happen, because CBD COP16 is supposed to be in Turkey. Turkey gave up about, supposed to be in Istanbul. And then we're talking about COP29. We have said that COP30 was going to be in Belém, Brazil, but we do not have defined where it will happen. So I think that there is a lot of discussions. I do consider that these kind of uncertainties does not contribute to the advancements of the agenda, because of course we can set, but definitely more and more we see, especially when we have this situation, because COP on the climate side is annual basis, COP on biodiversity sides every 2 years, diversification forums is every 3 years. So whenever we have the year that, of course, we gather the 3 discussions under the Earth Summit of 1992, I think that there is an important moment to make the synergies across, because in the end, there is the principle about interdependence when we're talking about sustainability, and clearly we see the effects on one topic to the other one.
That's hard to follow, because that's basically what I was going to say. So great. So well done, Kayvon. Maybe what I can comment with is maybe some trends that might get us there. So I think as we've looked at and seen in the past year, we've seen a lot of these nature frameworks that have mirrored their climate counterparts. So again, SBTN and TCFD and others. And I think, you know, we saw that kind of slow adoption with those climate ones. I think we're seeing a much more rapid adoption, and so that curve is really bending on the nature side. So I guess what I can say is going in, I think with a lot of hope that we will see this increased and rapid adoption and uptake, because we don't have, you know, as we did in climate, not that we had that 10 years, but we took 10 years to get here. And so how can we get there faster on, you know, for nature and biodiversity? And so yes, I am also eagerly awaiting the announcement about the COPs next year, because I think there's significant opportunity to increasingly appreciate the interdependencies and overlaps. So we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you very much for everyone. It was a pleasure to host and mediate this conversation. And thank you, ICC.
very much for being here. I think we're ready to start. For those of you that don't know, this will be available on YouTube. But yeah, so thank you very much. As I was saying before to some of you, I was a bit nervous about attendance because there are quite a few events happening today. I thought it was 2, but this morning I heard there was 3 events happening at the same time, which goes to show the importance of methane abatement for this COP, which is only fair due to the importance of this issue and the impacts that methane emissions have on climate change. I'd like to start by thanking the generosity of ICC, who provide us with this great venue and the platform for this event. They'll also soon share with us the call to action that they released just a few weeks ago on methane abatement. And to give you a bit of context for today's event, this is a continuation of an MRV panel that we had in New York in September during the Climate Week, where the climate champions, together with RMI, Carbon Mapper, and also the participation of the Global Methane Hub, the US Department, CATF, and other major institutions, we had a panel about unlocking the scale and impact of satellites to detect and quantify methane emissions. So this is a continuation of that, but because of the time limits that we have, we prefer to do it on a speaker's note format. So each speaker will talk about 5 to 7 minutes about how remote MRV capacities are emerging to build trust and credibility in emissions data, and how their institutions are working to leverage heightened emissions transparency to develop more accurate emissions inventory estimates, update NDCs, and ultimately drive powerful reduction actions from companies, governments, financiers, and civil society so that we secure our climate future. But first, I'd like to invite my climate champions friend and colleague, Luciano Caratori, who will brief you on the new 2030 breakthrough that the high-level champions and the climate champions team just launched yesterday on oil and gas methane abatement. So please, Luciano, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Enrique. Thanks to all for being here today and for the kind hosting of this event here. My name is Luciano Caratori. I lead the energy cluster with the Climate Champions team. The Climate Champions team supports the UN climate change high-level champions, in this case for COP27 and COP28, Dr. Mahmoud Boyeldin and Her Excellency Rassan Al-Mubarak, to drive real-world momentum to the UN climate change negotiations by mobilizing climate action among non-state actors. Lots of you who are here and others to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement since COP21, in close collaboration with the UNFCCC, the Marrakech Partnership, and the COP presidencies. Apart from 2 flagship campaigns led by the high-level champions, which are the Race to Zero and Race to Resilience, one focused on business committing to net zero by 2030 and others and the other one to increasing the resilience of the most vulnerable, we have 2 overarching campaigns. One of those is the Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda, which is right now having their stock take and update of progress during the last years, and since the inception, the last year, in fact. And the other one are the 2030 breakthroughs. What are these 2030 breakthroughs? These are simple common goals for alignment of non-party stakeholders in a simple language, but adequate to the use of each sector. So far, we have 28 mitigation 2030 breakthroughs, and their counterpart in the Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda. Why we do this? These typical goals, so the structure of the breakthroughs, typically mark a critical new level of tech deployment, cost reduction and mitigation outcomes, or improved health or natural ecosystems. We work for the agreement on these breakthroughs with the leaders from different sectors, lots of you here, and thankful for your contribution for that in the case of oil and gas and methane particularly. and also to help to unlock finance and belief and normalize belief in exponential change. We have already a 2030 breakthrough focused on oil and gas mitigation, or reduction in fact, which is focused on scope 3. So we are not speaking just about scopes 1 and 2, but we already had scope 3. These are reducing the oil production by 10 or 40% by 2030 versus 2020 levels, and to reduce the share of unabated gas in electricity generation of 17% by 2030. This oil and gas methane breakthrough, which was launched yesterday, aims to raise the ambition, as I mentioned, for scopes 1 and 2, while not losing the focus that we need to address with priority scope 3 emissions, as they correspond to around 80% of the whole oil and gas value chain. So adding to these targets, today we are launching the oil and gas methane emissions breakthrough by 2030, which aims to cut 75% of oil and gas methane emissions by 2030 from 2020 levels. This is in line with lots of new available information that has come out during the last months and weeks. This is also in line with the targets of the presidency, who just 2 days ago announced also a package for financing the reduction of methane. And this is also aligned with some of the objectives that countries have set for themselves. So what we aim to do with this, we aim to bring non-party stakeholders to aid the implementation, to increase the ambition for that implementation, and also to come together to track the evolution and the accomplishments that are made by the sector. So this is not about the industry, which is part of the presidency package also. This is also about our other non-party stakeholders contributing with knowledge, with policy, and also with tracking as the key issue that we will discuss today. I won't go into details on a topic that all of you know much better than I. We'll just want to thank our partners who work with us for this during the last months, as an ongoing collaboration with the Global Methane Hub, both in oil and gas and also in agriculture and food and others, as well as UNEP, SIMEO, EDF, RMI, the Clean Air Task Force, and Carbon Mapper, and also thankful for the contributions of IEA, Kairos, CCAC, the World Bank, SBTI, CSIS, and EGSD. Thank you for sharing your expertise. We look forward to keep up with the new knowledge and developments that will surely come out during the next few months and years, and look forward to working with you. We will convene regularly to track and to follow up on this, and hope to still count on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luciano. And I'd like to present our very honored list of speakers. We have TJ Conway representing RMI, Antoine Half representing Kairos. We have Kenzie Huffman representing Carbon Mapper, Jonathan Banks representing Clean Air Task Force, Stephen Hamburg representing EDF. We have Claire Wang representing the US Department, Sarah Smith representing the Global Methane Hub, and Philippe Varin representing the ICC. We changed a little bit of the order of the run of the show, so please I'd like to invite Philippe Varin from the ICC to talk about the call of actions that you have recently announced on methane abatement. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. Thank you, Luciano. So I'm Philippe Varin, and first vice chair of ICC, and I'm very pleased to welcome you in our premises today. Just want to share with you a few thoughts to start. So first, our reflection for COP27 was that the issue of the methane mitigation wasn't receiving the attention it should relative to the acute impact of CH4 on global temperature increases. And I think we can say together we have now turned the dial, and in a pretty decisive way at COP28 with the Global Metal Pledge. From our perspective, there is no lower hanging fruit in the climate space than methane, particularly when it comes to oil and gas sector, and particularly where mitigation solutions are pretty well known, proven, and capable to be deployed at scale. So, especially also when new measurement methodologies are available. And in this context, let me commend the new methane breakthrough from the high-level champions, because coupled with a new commitment from 40 major oil and gas companies to eliminate methane from flaring by 2030, we definitely think that the foundations are now firmly in place for a vastly accelerated effort to eliminate methane emissions from energy operations. So, but the point I want to make today is that voluntary initiatives of this kind will not, based on my past experience, deliver the scale of methane mitigation if we act in isolation, and public policy has also a clear role to play. It's a fair way to ensure that all companies are prioritizing methane abatements and that they are not, say, short-term free rider incentives. So that's why, for instance, many oil and gas companies have supported stronger methane regulation in the EU and in the US because public authorities have been involved. And we think this logic holds true in other key sectors, by the way, in waste and agriculture, for instance. In short, voluntary commitments from business are good, but backed by the effective policy changes, they will even be better. So we have we need to have clear policy signals from the governments, allied also with strong accountability measures, which are needed to scale up the mitigation efforts that are ultimately required by the end of the decade. So this is why we are calling for a significant step change to government action on methane abatement in this COP here in Dubai. And to achieve this, we are not calling for a new international instrument of the UNFCCC protocol. We simply don't have the time to waste on another protracted dialogue and negotiation and whatever. So we think the pragmatic way forward is the governments to evolve and strengthen the existing global methane pledge. So in order to have this, we have to give it greater standing in the UNFCCC process. One, to greatly improve accountability of member governments, and three, to ensure that it can become a catalyst of truly transformative action. So this is why we are calling for 5 targeted enhancements of the GMP to be agreed at this COP. First, and most importantly, we believe that all countries that have joined the GMP should be required to submit detailed national plans by COP29. Appropriate technical assistance should be made available to any developing countries, and it's very important for the national oil companies to have the proper support to meet the deadline. And this can be backed by enhanced resourcing from the Climate and Clean Air Act Coalition and the UN Environment Programme as required. But the key message from us is that all governments must have a detailed plan of action by next year on how they propose to significantly reduce methane emissions through to 2030. That's point one. Point two, annual ministerial meetings of the GMP from 2025 onwards should incorporate progress reports from all member governments on their methane reduction efforts, to the highest tier of the UNFCCC reporting. And we believe that this would create a vital accountability mechanism capable of boosting private investments in mitigation solutions. 3, we would like to see the endorsement model for the GMP evolve from joining to signing before COP29, sending an unequivocal political signal regarding the international community that we have a commitment to fully implement the pledge and putting the pledge on a comparable level somewhat to an international agreement. And 4, I said we have 5 priorities. I think we have only 4. This is good news. The best for the end. The 4th is delivering the GMP should be positioned as a key goal for all multilateral funding to support methane reduction efforts, with the aim to bringing coherence and focus to an increasingly heterogeneous public financing environments. But I have a 5th one, the bad news. Finally, we propose that the governance and administration of the pledge should be placed under the UNFCCC, establishing the GMP as a core component of annual COP meetings to come. So, taken together, we believe that these 4 steps plus the 5th one have significant potential to synchronize actions of governance and business across all sectors to reduce methane emissions efficiently. As business, we are acutely aware of the imperative to take decisive action to reduce the human-caused methane emissions and to do so before the end of these decades. Now the governments have to seize the opportunity to act decisively, I would say even pragmatically and even aggressively, taking into account the general situation. And obviously these messages apply equally to governments and it does to the private sector. So this is what is my message today, and we are really willing to support what you do here, and very pleased to welcome you again. Thank you very much.
I'd like to now invite our speakers to address the main topic of today's event. And so, TJ, I'd like to have you. I will read the question again. How remote MRV capacities are emerging to build trust and credibility in emissions data, and how RMI is working to leverage the heightened emissions transparency to develop more accurate emissions, inventory estimates, update NDCs, and so on. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Enrique. Thank you, high-level champions. Thank you, ICC, for putting this on and hosting a star-studded session. It's really an honor to be here with so many organizations who have led the way on methane and MRV for so long, many years, even decades in some cases, and it's great to see the progress that we've made over that time. I co-lead RMI's Oil and Gas Solutions Initiative, which seeks to accelerate the transition away from oil and gas and rapidly decarbonize the sector in parallel. And slashing oil and gas or global methane emissions is a high priority at RMI for 3 key reasons. First, the potential climate impact of these reductions is huge. Over 5 billion tons of CO2 equivalent per year would be removed from the oil and gas system by 2030 on 20-year GDP global warming potential terms if we hit our targets. Second, it's a critical path issue to achieving climate alignment. We must cut oil and gas methane leaks to near zero this decade to keep 1.5 degrees of warming within reach. And 3, we really don't have any excuse for falling short. We have the technical solutions to do this and the economics work. Over half of the fixes would yield a profit or zero net cost. For the remainder, the cost would be minimal, only $15 a ton CO2 equivalent, according to the IEA's latest analysis. So my team's work on methane has 2 pillars. First, we generate climate intelligence. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. We all know that. We increase emissions visibility by seeking to better measure, model, track, and verify emissions across the oil and gas value chain. To do that, we are a member of the Carbon Mapper Consortium. I will grateful for Kenzie's participation, and we'll let her tell us all about that. We developed the Oil Climate Index plus Gas, or OCI plus, which models the life cycle emissions of about 3/4 of the world's oil and gas assets. This pioneering open source tool was the brainchild over a decade ago of my colleague Debbie Gordon, with whom I co-lead our oil and gas team. And we are also a core partner of Climate Trace. We're the main contributor of oil, gas, and petrochemicals emissions inventory estimates. And Climate Trace just put out its latest data set and numbers with a very well attended and compelling presentation by former Vice President Al Gore. The second pillar of our work is direct climate action to slashing methane emissions. And this facet of our work is really rapidly growing in importance, thanks to our collective successes in increasing emissions transparency. To get at the question of actions over the next 24 months, which I think Enrique asked us to discuss, I'll highlight some emerging priorities for RMI for advancing direct action across the stakeholder landscape. First and foremost, we seek to inform government policy and regulation, both in the United States and worldwide. Subnational efforts are a high priority for RMI because they are key to both implementing central government policy and, second, forging durable solutions that can endure shifts in country-level priorities. Second, emissions visibility and methane reduction capacity building is a growing area of focus for us, especially among nascent producers in the Global South. This is a key area where capacity building, as we've mentioned earlier, is going to be essential for delivering on the targets and commitments that have been set out. Second, we help to guide decision-making among investors as they pursue climate-aligned portfolios. Financing methane mitigation has been a big topic here, and that's been very encouraging. Global methane priorities, as they shift from commitment to implementation, finance really needs to play a catalytic role to deliver at the speed and scale required. And methane finance is a really fascinating area of innovation right now. And to tie it back to MRV, its success will hinge on stakeholders' ability to set out metrics for success. And so it's very closely connected. This similarly applies sort of the shift from commitment to implementation to influencing companies. And I would say that our collective work across the group of speakers here today can be brought to bear to ensure that adequate transparency and accountability mechanisms are in place to help drive methane reductions that are so needed. And finally, we aim to advance climate differentiation in markets so that life cycle emissions footprints are better reflected in trading and pricing of oil and gas. You may have heard of MIQ. It's a leading independent open source standard for certifying gas based on methane intensity. RMI and Systemic incubated MIQ and have now spun it out into an independent nonprofit foundation. And so now we are focused on broader efforts to develop the ecosystem needed for climate differentiation across stakeholders, the stakeholders that I've mentioned already. And in this regard, initiatives like the US Department of Energy's MMRV program are essential pieces to that puzzle. So that just gives you sort of a sense of some of the areas that are of increasing focus for us. I'll leave it there, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, TJ. As you mentioned, Kenzie from Carbon Mapper would like to invite you to come here. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for having us, and echoing TJ's thanks to our hosts. So just taking a moment of recognizing the huge progress that we've made from last COP, in particular for the inclusion of remote sensing and this type of data into the methane conversation. It had been really a big part of the conversation at COP26, but now it's really an integral part, and that's huge. we're seeing this emerging ecosystem of tools that's bringing unprecedented scale and scope and transparency to methane emissions. But one thing that is really important about using satellite data is that there's no silver bullet in terms of just that technology. No one instrument, no one satellite can address all the needs that we have when dealing with methane emissions. But that doesn't mean that they can't provide some really critical tools to MRV and insights. And when you think about using this technology, thinking about assessing its capabilities, it's really about identifying the right tool with the right use. Some are really well positioned to measure basin level, region level, national level emissions, and that can really support aggregated accounting and inventory development, and others are more directed at measuring individual facilities and equipment, which really provide the direct mitigation insights that we need on the ground to drive mitigation. Some of the capabilities have one or both of these capabilities, but they're really important. But despite this emerging ecosystem, gaps remain. We need to build trust in the data. We need to support the capacity to use and understand the data, and then supply the resources to scale these types of observations so that they're more accessible and available to jurisdictions and individuals and operators on the ground. Carbon Mapper is working to tackle a number of these gaps, in particular for direct mitigation guidance, so more that kind of localized action. We are a nonprofit focused on using remote sensing to detect, pinpoint, and quantify methane emissions at the scale of individual facilities. And as TJ mentioned, we lead a public-private partnership with a whole host of partners, including RMI, as well as the state of California, NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the satellite company Planet Labs, among others, to develop and deploy methane detecting satellites that have this capability at the individual scale. And what we do with that data is we make it all publicly available on our data platform, and that also includes some CO2 emissions as well. There's a lot of ways that we have seen that this data can drive action and support MRV. From leak detection and repair to informing best practices and prioritizing investments, but it can also be used to inform and improve inventory estimates and provide a check on those quantifications. We've seen these and at Carbon Mapper, we've also seen these pathways in action. We've done several years of aerial surveys using this technology, and the data that we've shared and seen, we've shared with operators and governments on the ground to really help improve both their understanding of their emissions as well as actually lead to direct mitigation. And when we think about the current landscape, the MRV landscape, there are a number of areas of opportunity that we are actively working with partners and the ecosystem of remote sensing to tackle. One is the standards and frameworks. We really need to start focusing and building more on aligning on definitions and terms and methodologies around how this data and these technologies are used for analysis as well as application. And we also need to, this is really critical to supporting the adoption and application of these emissions. Of these estimates. Sorry, Enrique. The second big avenue is continuing to address data gaps. There's a lot of capabilities out there, but we don't see all of the emissions. We need to continue to improve those capabilities to especially get it hard to abate sectors like agriculture. This is really critical because we need transparency and accessibility to support accountability. And third, we need to support capacity development and data to action tools. Just having the data available is not enough. We really do need to build the capacity and invest in those tools that apply the data to the needs of nations, subnationals, and others. This is especially important for driving uptake and actually mitigation. And there were some really exciting announcements this week, including RMI and Clean Air Task Force's Waste Map, which is seeking to bring some of this data together with other tools and other data to drive that action and provide that support. There was a lot of exciting announcements, and we're looking forward to building on that with our capabilities next year.
Thank you very much, Kenzie. I'd like to now invite Sarah Smith from the Global Methane Hub, please.
Thank you so much to ICC for hosting us. Clearly, with 4 events happening at the same time. Our movement is hungry for a breakthrough on this topic. And I so appreciate the Climate Champions team and the other speakers articulating what a breakthrough could look like. And the topic is ideal because really MRV capacity and those NDC commitments, they underpin the type of rapid action that we need to see on methane. Reducing methane is the emergency brake that we really need to yank full strength to keep our 1.5C North Star in reach. Just today, there was a new global report on tipping points released by over 200 researchers, 26 countries, putting these sometimes vague temperature targets like 1.5 or 2 into very tangible terms. It's about avoiding mass migration. It's about avoiding financial ruin. The Global Methane Hub was launched at COP26 as the first coordinated philanthropic effort to scale up methane mitigation across the 3 primary sectors: agriculture, energy, and waste. We work around the world with governments, other philanthropists, companies, investors, researchers, and more to reduce methane emissions. And we have put more than $130 million into the field so far during our first time of operation. And we have a goal of raising and then granting more than $1 billion by the end of this decade. And much of this work, in fact, the majority of our 80 grantees are working in the Global South, where communities are most vulnerable to the impacts of methane pollution and the other toxic gases released alongside it. Our strategy focuses on 5 key areas. We are working to build awareness and capacity around the issue, advance new policies to reduce emissions, increase financing that TJ shared a little bit about, innovate new solutions where gaps exist, and of course, data. Make more data publicly accessible to ensure credible commitments. In the oil and gas sector, awareness has risen thanks to many of our partners here today, and we are so proud to support organizations that are providing capacity building on this issue. We're very proud of the work of the Environmental Defense Fund and Clean Air Task Force and others alongside the COP presidency to bring more than 50 companies onto the oil and gas decarbonization charter with strong methane goals. 0 methane emissions by 2030, ending non-emergency flaring. These are very important goals. And now we need enforceable policies to back them up alongside getting to the root of the issue by phasing out polluting fossil fuels and ensuring a just and equitable transition to cleaner energy. Fortunately, the policymaking pace is picking up with the world's largest oil and gas producer, the United States, issuing stronger rules, while just recently, the European Union issuing rules too this week to tackle emissions from their domestic infrastructure as well as imported LNG. China released a national action plan recently on methane and has committed to adding methane to their NDC, as has the US in the Sunnylands, the joint Sunnylands statement. We need to build on that. We need to see all countries take these steps by the next COP. With targeted grant funding, it's also our goal to catalyze more financing on this topic, and we're working on that with the Inter-American Development Bank, with the World Bank, with several others, and lots more I'm sure Claire will share on that topic. Data does remain a challenge, but a real revolution is underway, and at COP, governments and philanthropies are announcing nearly $100 million in new funding toward methane data, and $450 million has been announced to support work to rein in methane and other climate superpollutants. As part of this, the Global Methane Hub has made an initial investment announcement of $10 million toward our new methane data to action campaign. I think I'll stop there because I think the other speakers will cover all my points. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the many leaders here who are working so hard to turn the methane moment that we saw at COP26 into the methane movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I'd like to now invite Claire Wang from the U.S. State Department, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Sarah and I did not coordinate talking points, although I imagine there will be strong compliments today. Yes, indeed. It's part of the fun. So thank you everyone for coming today, and of course thank you to the organizers for having us. I think we can all agree this has been an incredibly exciting first week of COP for methane action. 2 years ago, with the launch of the Global Methane Pledge, methane finally had a place on the climate agenda. And now we are driving serious progress, ambition, resources, and real action to implement methane reduction, which is the fastest strategy we have to avoid the worst impacts of climate crisis. This week alone, the US, China, and the UAE hosted the first ever summit on methane and non-CO2 greenhouse gases, where the world unveiled over $1 billion in grant funding to reduce methane emissions across sectors. This includes a variety of the programs that Sarah already ran through. It includes a $255 million fund at the World Bank to rapidly reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector as our fastest methane reduction strategy. It includes a $200 million enteric fermentation accelerator as the first coordinated global research effort to cut methane emissions from livestock, which, by the way, contribute as much to global methane emissions as the entire energy sector. And we also unveiled a suite of other actions, including 85 total national methane action plans covering over half of global methane emissions, including China's, for example. We showcased how the UNEP Climate and Clean Air Coalition will serve as a secretariat for this effort. And we also unveiled a variety of other truly binding actions to reduce methane emissions, including a new final rule in the United States to reduce methane from the oil and gas sector that will eliminate 1.5 gigatons of CO2 equivalent of methane and cut emissions by 80% compared to scenarios without the regulations. So it is clear that we are well on the way to reducing methane in line with the Global Methane Pledge. It's also clear that we have a very long way to go. We have tremendous momentum behind us to implement these solutions in the very short lead up to 2030. That's going to require not only leveraging the momentum that we've seen this week, including from among the largest emitters, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, joining the pledge, and setting out clear ambitions to reduce emissions from their sectors, the EU methane import standard, which will have tremendous spillover effects on other major emitters, and of course additional actions to cut methane from agriculture and from the waste sector, including the launch of the low methane program this week as well. Data is going to be a critical part of this effort so that we can actually see where these colorless, odorless gases are coming from, to actually establish our priorities for where to target them, and of course to show transparently and accountability how we are actually going to make progress in this time frame. I know that we have a number of other speakers to get through today that I also imagine will echo similar themes, but I'll just close by saying we have huge excitement over the next few years and huge confidence that we will tackle this problem with all the friends who are in this room addressing methane. So thank you for all of your work this year, and we're excited to see progress next year at COP29.
Thank you, Claire. Now back to the previous order. Antoine Half from Keros, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique, and thank you, Climate Champions and ICC. Very honored to be on this panel and join esteemed colleagues. There's a lot going on methane, as we have said. And I think none of this would have been possible without the increasing transparency that we have about methane emissions. If we go back to COP21 in 2015, we knew that methane was almost as big a source of global warming, at least in the future, as carbon dioxide, but there was no methane targets because we had no idea where methane was coming from. No knowledge about the sources, the emission rates, just the concentrations. fast forward to COP26, Glasgow, the announcements of the Global Methane Pledge. When John Kerry announced it, he, as I recall, referenced a Washington Post story that was based on the detections we had made at Chez about methane emissions in Russia. When the methane strategy was announced at the EU, Kadri Simpson, the EU Commissioner for Energy, used our Methane Watch map of super emitters around the world. This kind of transparency, which is increasing, and it's not just us, it's all of us here in this room, is really empowering policy and climate action, particularly when it concerns methane. And I think a lot more will happen in the next few years. Where do we fit as Chez in this ecosystem, in this architecture? So we are a private company, and we are entirely a downstream company. So we do not launch satellites, we don't have sensors, we don't have a footprint in space. We are purely about processing, about algorithms, about artificial intelligence, about processing science. And we're agnostic about the source of satellites we use. We use actually all the satellites we can get. Largely satellites from the European Space Agency, Tropomi, which was launched in 2017 and started sending data regularly in 2019. So in 2019, we started exploiting, mining this data and coming up with super emitter maps. When we started, we knew about 5 or 6 super emitters around the world. Aliso Canyon, the Ohio well blowout, a couple of super emitters in Turkmenistan. We thought we would find maybe 10 or 15 a year. And we found thousands a year and sometimes 10 or 15 a day. So huge transparency. We have, I think, as Chez, as being asset light, we have unique advantages. We have, first of all, low hardware cost by definition, which doesn't mean we have low cost. We have invested tremendously in our downstream capacity. We have invested in excess of $100 million in R&D just to develop algorithms. But we otherwise, we have no image cost. So we can process, all our costs are on the processing side. We don't really pay for images unless when we buy commercial data, which is fairly rare and for very targeted users. The other advantages, I would say, we have learned not only to process data from a single satellite like Sentinel-5P at scale. We've built on the findings of research labs around the world, including in France at the LSCE, and we industrialized these findings to process the data from Sentinel-5P and others at scale, really on an industrial level. But we also exploit data from other satellites, some of which were not designed initially to track methane, like Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3. And we've become very expert at combining data from multiple satellites. So different satellites have different advantages and disadvantages. There's always a trade-off between sensitivity, spatial granularity, resolution, and temporal resolution or revisit frequency. By combining sensors that have different advantages, we can create the best of all worlds. So we can use the almost continuous monitoring, the daily frequency of Sentinel-5P, and the much finer resolution of other satellites and lower resolution thresholds to get the best of all worlds. The advantages of this kind of satellite detection are multiple. Accuracy is very important. There's often a misconception that local sensors, in situ sensors, are the ground truth and provide more visibility than satellites. That's not the case. In many cases, we know much more by satellites than we can possibly extract from in situ sensors with more accuracy, more coverage, more precision, more reliability. How do we prove it in the absence of ground truth? That's sometimes difficult. We can do that when, for example, methane releases are deliberate and due to maintenance and venting. And in many cases, we picked up major releases from Gazprom in Russia, and we called Gazprom and said, oh, we found a huge super emitter on your Yamal pipeline or Brotherhood pipeline. What's going on? And they would confirm. They said, oh, yes, we had maintenance. We released 200 tons of methane. So that was a way of confirming for us. But another way is the Stanford study that the Stanford University did, blind releases of methane that the Stanford team led by Alan Brandt asked various groups to detect and to measure, and we have come out with very good results in these experiments. A great value of independent measurements from public satellites is independence. So unlike tasking satellites or in-situ sensors or aerial surveys, we don't need permission to operate, and we can operate continuously, quasi-continuously, globally, and at low cost. So this independence is a great asset. It's also a hindrance to some degree in getting adoption from industry, because industry is not so excited about being independently monitored, until now, so at least. The impact of what we've done, I think, can be seen at many levels. At the government level is, as I said before, enabled policy, and I think we can see our direct footprint in many of the policies that have been announced recently in the US, but maybe even more so in the EU, where we work closely with the European Commission, with the European Parliament, with the French government, who's had a leading role in the most recent agreement that was announced on November 15. We had a role, I think, in the Turkmenistan negotiations with the US. I'm not privy to these discussions, but I've read in the media that the Guardian coverage of our detections had a very important role in getting Ashgabat to the table. We are now having an impact on the financial sector, and the financial industry is starting to integrate methane metrics in their decision-making process. JP Morgan recently released a study in that sense, but we also have a partnership with BNP Paribas, who are actively looking to integrate methane and come up with different interest rates, for example, based on the methane performance of the companies they finance. The operators are coming to the table because the incentives for operators are changing dramatically, particularly in the light of the most recent regulations approved in Europe, where there's going to be a tariff on imported methane emissions. So what I would say in closing, I think looking forward, there's a huge opportunity in eradicating superemitters. Superemitters are just the top of the iceberg, the emerged part of the iceberg. They're not the whole story. They may be 10% of emissions, as far as we can tell. But they're inexcusable, they're morally indefensible, and they're indisputable. They can be observed and verified independently. It cannot really be litigated in court. So the case for outlawing superemitters is very strong, and that's something that I think will be considered in Europe, will be looked into in Europe. There are challenges ahead. Data gaps are one. The other one is, I think, we have a very complex ecosystem here, where we have a collaboration between public organizations, private organizations, philanthropy, governments, private companies like ourselves. We work closely with the IMEO. We have, in some sense, conflicting goals, because on the one hand, we want maximum adoption of our data, but we also need to protect our IP and to protect our business model as private companies. And combining these two conflicting agendas can be sometimes tricky, but I think can be achieved because we really have different roles to play. There's different layers of data that we can provide. We have actually started to put some of our data in open access. We created 2 weeks ago open access version of our Methane Watch website. And we're looking forward to continuing to engage with the public community, to educate the public about methane emissions, but also to provide data to private sector stakeholders in the financial world, in the operating world, to move forward and continue to eradicate methane.
Thank you very much, Antoine. And now we'd like to have Jonathan Banks from the Clean Air Task Force.
I don't know why I brought this up. I'm not going to look at it. Probably going to walk around and tell jokes. But I'm really excited to announce that the Clean Air Task Force is launching a satellite next year. Just kidding. We are not launching a satellite. I know just a little bit of the headaches that you all, Steve, and you, Kinsey, are going through in this process, and I have absolutely no desire for those headaches. No, I'm going to talk very briefly about this the little sub-bullet down there in the NDC piece. And I think, one of the key things, especially sitting here where we are in the confines of the UNFCCC, the COP and everything, one of the things that we desperately need as we move forward with this, this massive amount of data that we already have, and the even more data that we're going to have coming from the satellites, is we've got to work with the UNFCCC to create an opening for the satellite data to be incorporated into country-level reporting. We don't have that pathway yet, and the UNFCCC needs to put forth guidance and requirements for how that gets incorporated into inventories. Right now, we all know what the inventories look like. They're not good. We know pretty much every time we look, we're finding more methane emissions than should be there. And the satellites and the plethora of aerial measurements, drone measurements, and all that stuff needs to start getting incorporated into national inventories. And so we, through the confines of the UNFCCC, we have to see guidance, we have to see requirements to incorporate that into it. Along those lines, we also need to see capacity building for governments, for the climate agencies within these countries that are going to have to receive this data, incorporate it into their inventories, and use that to inform their NDCs. That is, in some countries, they have space agencies that are ready to do this. They have people that are trained to do this, but in a lot of countries, they don't have that capacity yet. And so we need to start building that capacity within countries. And I think the UNFCCC can play a big role in helping to drive that. So those are the big things that I think we need to think about, especially in the context of the COP here. A couple of other little things that we need to think about is Antoine alluded to the data gaps. I usually call them the blank spaces in the map. But we need to remember that the satellites are a wonderful, wonderful tool that are bringing tremendous attention to this issue, but they will never be able to be the only thing that we can use. We have to use a plethora of other sensors and other sources of data because there are gaps. And people are very fascinated with satellites, as they should be, but we work with governments who come to us and they want to use satellites as their source of leak detection and repair, down to like the pneumatic level, and that's just not happening. And also, some of these countries are in places that are in those gray areas of the map that we currently don't have the ability to detect emissions. So it's a suite of tools that we're going to be needing to use, but we do need to make space for, that was not a pun, we do need to make space for all of this data to be incorporated into the official inventories. Those things really can help drive a lot of action. And right now, where we're at, we're not being able to take advantage of that. So I said I'd be brief, and I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I should say that the idea for the topic of this discussion was yours at New York, so thank you very much for that as well. And last but definitely not least, I'd like to invite you, Stephen Hamburg from EDF, please.
Sure, thanks. I could start by just saying ditto. A lot of critically important points have been made. I want to emphasize some and dig a little bit deeper into a few of them as well. I can't help but go to the metaphor of the low-hanging fruit. I like to talk about oil and gas methane as the fruit's lying on the ground. We don't have to pick it, we just have to pick it up. I think what we've been hearing and what I would love to echo is what we need, a theme that we've been working on in EMEO, but is we really need radical transparency. And the good news is that methane and oil and gas methane is leading the world with respect to what we're able to do today and what we will be able to do in the future. So in order to get to that, we really need to build even more on empirical data. Because the challenge we have, as many of us who've worked in the field, is in the moment you go to factors, you end up having lagging indicators. So you're not rewarding the good actor, at least not very quickly. And we've got more data as we've gotten this better technology to see how dynamic in space and time the actual emissions are. And if you're kind of blurring it all, I like to call it, you know, we've got a fuzzy picture now, and we need a sharp picture. And we need a sharp picture in space and in time. And with that, we can really get dramatic action. Because Antoine referenced the Russia analysis, and having been part of that as well, you know, that was a real big lift to get a very fuzzy picture because it's very spread out, it's in northern latitudes, there's all the technical problems there. It was the first picture, comprehensive, that was put together, but it wasn't sufficient. So I think we have to think about that sharpening. We absolutely, it was said many times, but to emphasize, we need the full ecosystem. And to think about that full ecosystem and why we need it, I always like to, and many of you have heard me say it, there are three basic questions. Where are the emissions? How much are the emissions? And how are they changing over time? But another element to that, and we heard this today, and I want to call it out, we talked about two needs fundamentally. One is tracking change for holding people accountable, countries accountable, and understanding. But the other one is actually, how do you actually reduce the emissions? We often blur those to our disadvantage because the needs, data needs for those two are very different. You can have a very accurate picture of what's happening, but not, as Jonathan just said, sufficient granularity to figure out how to resolve that. And when we mix them together, unfortunately, we make the problem harder rather than saying, what do we need for one? What do we need for the other? Some of it's the same, but some of it's different. And I think we've done ourselves in this ecosystem a disservice by not being clear which problem are we trying to address. We got to address both of them, but they're not the same. So now I want to sort of go forward and say what we at EDF and MethaneSat and how we see the problem. So I'll start with just, I already said this in some other venues, that 2 years ago in Glasgow, we started the next phase of the methane. Some of us have been working on it a long time, but it was public, we had a commitment, we had countries sign up. This time we're getting another layer of commitment that's been fabulous, money. We're going to get the radical transparency in 2 years. We will know, we will have the data, we will have the ability to answer those three questions. That's a commitment we are making, and I think we all are making, and we need to hold ourselves responsible for that. And that's a really critical thing, because no one's ever done that before for a greenhouse, a global map. We can do it for oil and gas in those 2 years. We can begin the journey on agriculture. We won't be as far along because agriculture is still more nascent. And the thing that we need to do is we need to make sure all that data is transparent, IMEO, and all that data is integrated. And that's the role of IMEO. How do we bring it all together? As we've talked about, we're going to have different parts of the puzzle. We have two sets of questions. We can bring it all together. IMEO is committed to doing that, to be able to really do a methane supply index. How much is being emitted from each basin or sub-basin? Track it, have accuracy, understand the uncertainty. That's all now going to be doable because we're getting a whole new class of satellites to add to a whole bunch we've had that already upped our game. And that's key. And the other thing that Antoine referred to is having the factory. So what we're doing at MethaneSat is we've already built a fully automated factory for the data so we can process to a policy-relevant data. That's the other thing we have to push the space community. Most of the satellites are producing concentrations. That's what the magic sauce that Antoine and Kairos brought, was to take this data that was great for science but not for policy and build algorithms That's what we're doing. We've fully automated the process, so all the data we collect comes out as flux data product, spatially resolved, will be available to everybody. We'll be able to do that in an integrated way with IMEO doing that, taking this ecosystem. That's the vision. And I don't think everyone fully grasps how much of a change that is to be able to do that. That's where we're going. That allows us to build the data to action pipeline in a much more effective way without gaps than we've ever been able to do before. That takes the community. That's not one organization. That's not one person. But I think that 2 years from now, we will have that radical transparency. We'll have policy relevant data. We'll have it across the entire oil and gas ecosystem around the world. Maybe not every spot, because if you actually have done the analysis, if you want to get 100%, the number of places goes up exponentially as you get further along, right? So the 50 basic basins produce 80%. When you go to the next 10%, it basically doubles the number of places you have to look, and on and so on. But we can get the bulk of it. We can understand what those emissions look like. We can do a direct measurement, and we can start tracking those changes over time. And I completely agree with Jonathan, and we've got to bring that into the inventory process. There have been some meetings at the IPCC. They're still early days. As we know, this is not an easy institution to move, but we have to do it. So I think I want to end with, we have a big challenge before us, but we can in 2 years deliver on it, and we can lead the entire effort globally in looking at greenhouse gases with methane, starting with oil and gas, but moving on to all the other sectors, and show the rest of the world how we can start to bring accountability at a scale that we've never done before. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. These were perfect closing remarks. We were on time, so I'll not take very long. But as many of you said, it is indeed, the methane emissions are the low-hanging fruit. But when we look at the emissions in the previous years, even knowing that they weren't having the means to do so, we haven't done so. But listening to all of you, it's clear that we already have them, and we'll have even better tools in the coming months and years to address them and to stay within the 1.5C pathway according to the IPCC, lowering methane emissions by much more than 30% by 2030. So thank you very much for being here, for doing this great job that you're doing regarding such a climate critical issue. And thank you very much for everyone for coming. Thank you.